to Swahili Nation. Welcome to Swahili Nation. We are live. Welcome, everybody. My name is Tan Zan. I am happy to be here. And welcome, Brother Pastor Ezra, to the show. Oh, I'm here by myself right now. So today we're going to talk about African traditions and their meaning, their principles, because Swahili Nation is about the heritage of Africa. What is our heritage? There is a lot that we're still learning about ourselves. There's a lot that we lost that we're trying to get back. There's a lot that we knew that, but we forgot. So this is why we're here. We are trying to remember who we are. Now, this is a personal journey as well as a communal one, because if you want to know who you are, you have to start with yourself. Who am I? You know, where do I come from? Where am I going? What do I want to do? Who do I want to do it for? And so on. So you do have to start with yourself and ask yourself who you are. Now, as an African, you have to look both now and in the past, who you were before, who you are now, and who you want to be. And that's not always easy to do, firstly, because we know that a lot of our traditions are passed on through teaching, through direct teaching, word of mouth. So you'd have the parents teaching the children, the grandparents teaching the children stories, fables, proverbs, and so on. And a lot of it was not written down, because for us, it was important to be, in the same room as the person that you're talking to. So it was, even in employment, we had a system of apprenticeship where if you learned a trade, you would spend time with the person and actually see how things were done, or young children were taught how to weave and sew and do all these things by hand. So it required somebody to be there to teach another person. So that was good, because firstly, it reinforced community bonds. It made people have to interact with each other, have to be there with each other and learn and so on. And so they also had a responsibility to teach. Once you knew a trade, it was your responsibility to teach it and pass it on to somebody else. Once you knew how to do a certain skill, whether it was farming, weaving, whatever it was your responsibility to teach it to other people. So the aim of this program will be to try to get back some of that knowledge that we had, why we did the things that we did in the ways that we did them, and who was responsible for doing this and that. Who was the person who was entrusted, let's say, to do the farming or to take care of the children or to look after the household. So there was a lot of different roles that everybody had to play, and people were taught from an early age what they were supposed to do. Sometimes in modern life, people start questioning, oh, what am I supposed to do with my life? Because the options are so many, so diverse, and so different. So it's a choice that we face now, but it's a choice that also we faced in the past. And when it comes to that, I think the overarching thing was everybody's welfare was taken into account. The point of community, the point of being with a group of people is so that everyone feels that they belong to a group, and that they can, if something happens to them, there are people who are going to be there for them. If something is good, there are people that you can share it with. For me, I have seen sort of both sides of the continent. I was born in Africa, East Africa, and I saw how people really made family the center of attention, the most important thing. Your family was very important. You as a child, you had to show respect to your elders. You had to know how to be with your peers. Even with your peers, there's still a certain amount of respect that you also have to show your peers. It's not just, bullying or being hostile. You learned how to share and be nice to your friends. And so, the idea of family was very strong in African culture. people really did, and not just family like in a very limited sort of way. Family was cousins and very far relations. Sometimes, you know, the sister of your this and that, that was still family. And the first thing that you'd ask somebody when you met them was, you know, where are you from, where your family is from, and so on. So family was one of the principles of African traditions. Family was very important, and maintaining it was incumbent on everybody in the community. So the second thing that within the aspect of family was this idea of respect. And I said it, you know, with the elders and so on, but respect was also the self-respect, is how you carried yourself, how you talked to people, how, you know, how you interacted with people. You always had to show respect to people. You had to respect yourself and other people. So we had an emphasis on not just on you, but on practicing values that would help other people, on taking care of each other, even with the children. It was everybody's responsibility to take, and that's the second thing. Respect was the first. The second was responsibility. Responsibility comes with roles. So everybody knew what they were responsible for. If you're a child, you're responsible for, let's say, you know, cleaning the yard, if you could, you know, doing the dishes, small chores around the house. You know, if you're an older child, you knew that you had to take care of your younger siblings, make sure they were ready for school and things like that, and maybe do the wash clothes, you know. But everybody had chores and responsibilities. We were always taught you had to do something, you had to work. You know, work was instilled deep within ourselves. You know, you couldn't just sit down. Oh, there was something like, you don't eat until you work. I forget it now, but the core message was one of responsibility. You had to do something. You had a role to play in society. It was not in an enforced manner. It was sort of like an honor. If you did something, that was your work, was your pride. If you did something well, whatever it was, that was who you are, and you did it well, you were proud of it. So your responsibility was defined who you are and what your role was in the community. So it was a very welcoming, and that's also where the whole idea of hospitality comes from, because even if you're hospitable, you're kind to your family and the people around you. This same kindness also extends to people outside. So strangers, even people, when you went to visit someone, not just strangers, because hospitality is not just between strangers. You can have hospitality between family members, between brothers and sisters, and so on. It's not just something that you show to outsiders and you don't do within yourself. So even within family members, you could just, if somebody didn't have a place to stay, or they were hungry or somebody, there was always somebody who could give them what they were missing. If it was a place to sleep, it was some food to eat, if you had it, you should give it to somebody who didn't have it. And so that was instilled in us, so that, well, sometimes people did, well, not take advantage of it, but, you know, somebody would just show up at your door and say, okay, I'm here to stay. And that was that. So, yeah. So people did really look out for each other. It was a spirit of caring. It was a spirit of, and not just being the one to receive. You would give others what you had, and they would give you what you didn't. So that was one of the principles of the traditions. And then there was also, within the family, there was also the ranking, the peer system. I think this was also common amongst a lot of Africans. You know, there was different stages of life. There was your peers were people who are around the same age as you, and people who you went through different stages of life, you know, born around the same time. You would start learning as children, you'd grow up as adults, you know, as teenagers, you'd learn the rites of initiation and so on. So these were people that grew up as a set of friends, and your peer group would increase as you got older. And so there was the bachelors, the married men, for example, married men and women. There was the elders, and so on. And in some, they had like a king or a leader, but it was always within the community. The elders had their groups, and they had their own form of power. So did the women and the young men as well, who are often the ones who are, you know, set out to do the protecting things. So everybody had and you would look forward to your next stage of life. So life was always in these stages, and every stage was important, you know, from the youth to the elders. And I think this was a very respectful attitude towards life, so that no one stage was better than the other. Sometimes in modern culture, we tend to revere, let's say, youth over age and wisdom, and both have their merits, both have, you know, their good things and their demerits. But every stage in life is good, and it should be respected. Okay, that's a lot of talking to myself, soliloquy. Pastor Ezra, would you like to come in at some time? Okay, I'll just keep talking. But yeah, so the reason why I wanted to talk about African traditions is sometimes we do neglect the things about who we are. We tend to become modern, which is good. It's good to look forward, but it's also good to know where all this came from, because even modernity, even science was not just hatched out of an egg. It was in stages. It was started when somebody discovered one thing, one law, and then somebody added on top of that, and so on. You know, classical mechanics became quantum mechanics, and they managed to, you know, interact with both. So even the whole entirety of human knowledge is built on steps. It's built on what people in the past knew, and we take some of that and we take what is right and we build on it. And some of the things have to be corrected, and we correct those. But it's a process that everybody builds on top. Everybody adds something too. So it's not one person who, you know, just goes and says, you know, this is everything. It's everybody coming together and sharing what they know. And yeah, which is what we're doing right now. So I don't want to have a conversation. I don't want to have a soliloquy. I want to have a conversation. So if anybody wants to come in, oh, okay, well, I can take a moment now to say hello to people in the chat. Queen M is here. Hi, Juliski. Sam is here. Hello, Sam. Education. Oh, hello. Thank you all for being here and for supporting me. This is my first time, so you know how nervous it. And just being thrown in there, at least Modetezi had Pastor Ezra holding his hand the whole time. I'm just in it by myself, but he'll be here in a few minutes, so it's okay. But yes, it would be good to have a conversation on our traditions. And everybody is welcome to come, because sometimes we talk about the diversity, which is wonderful and great. I know we all have different practices, you know, when it comes to dances and things like that. But also, when you look at African culture around the world, it's also very, very similar when it comes to, especially when it comes to the things about family and about protection. These are things that we share all across. We practice things in different ways, even, you know, the importance of marriage and children, the importance of ceremonies. We had ceremonies for everything. There was festivals for, you know, for birth, for initiation, marriage, and sometimes they lasted for days at a time. There was sessions where young people came together to meet. And so, yeah, we had a rich tradition, and we had so many practices and and beliefs, and there were a lot of beliefs too. Many of those things sometimes we see and we only see the outward manifestation of it, but there was a lot of meaning even behind the songs and dances. Some of those songs were, to praise nature. Some of them was to praise the beauty of a woman. Some of them was to beseech, the gods for rain. Some of them was just to celebrate being who you are. Some of them were sad songs about tragedies and, the passing away of loved ones. So we had songs for every occasion, and they had deep meanings, which we're starting to, well, we're not losing them. We're losing some, but there are a lot of people who also fighting to keep and maintain our heritage. And one of the ways was in the form of language. We always had our languages, which even after everything happens, we still have languages that we speak. And that's why Swahili was also a very important unifying factor for the East Africans, especially Tanzania, because it was an African language, and you felt proud to be an African when you spoke Swahili, because this is who you are. Even if you're not Swahili, Swahili is your language. And when you speak it, you feel proud to be an African, because this is a legacy of who we are. This is our language. And that goes for every African language. That's why I love when Sister Deborah is here, because we actually get to hear an African language. We actually hear Sister speak our language. And that's beautiful, because, so, we have English, which is good. We can understand each other, but just being able to speak in somebody's language, yeah, that's beautiful. Welcome. See, I have been speaking endlessly oh my goodness, for nearly 20 minutes.
Hey,
Pastor Ezra, yes.
But I was just prepping myself. I was just listening as well. I was just listening to you teaching. So there's time to listen. You can't always interrupt every conversation. So I was just listening. I hear you calling me. I'm like, this one I need to listen and hear this point out. And I had to get my Robusta, but this is Arabica.
Oh, wow. I am so nervous.
So I had to quickly get my yes. Robusta or my Arabica this time. Had to get my coffee. And, to enjoy this show, I need a hot coffee. And, this is a great topic that you've touched based on. About African traditions, and wow, and a lot of insight that you've just shared there. And just before we go there, Tan Zan, thank you for inviting me to your show. I'm a guest, family, so I'm also a guest here. This is Tan Zan's show. Tan Zan wants me to be here.
I still feel like I'm a guest.
So I definitely had to come in here now, and and try to assist
and rescue. Yes, and rescue me.
Yeah.
but no, it's yes.
Thank you, family. Thank you, Tan Zan, for inviting me to be part of your show. As we talk about the African traditions. And before I do anything, I think we need to tell the viewers at home that they need to please subscribe to our channel, Swahili Nation, the only Swahili Nation channel out there on YouTube, on Facebook. Join us, Instagram, everywhere. Please like our page and subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notification icon so that when we go live, like tonight, our sister here, Tan Zan, is talking about African traditions, and this is a topic that we really have not touched base on Swahili Nation, and I think it's very important that we listen and be part of this conversation. So if you've not liked, if you're a subscriber, please like right now. If you've got a super chat, send those super chats. We're more than welcome. If you want to join our YouTube membership, please go there, subscribe. Be part of the YouTube membership and select any category that you feel that suits your need, or you think you can be part of. And you're more than welcome. You are welcome, everybody, to join us, Swahili Nation. And again, going back to the topic, African tradition. Wow, I think Africans have, this is just my point of view in terms of how I understand the African values and African systems that really used to work. I mean, even the court systems of how we did the African way somehow emulated into what the world is doing right now, where there'll always be a quorum of elders and somebody presiding over a matter. If, let's say, there's a family that's fighting for land, they'll always be taken to to the king's place, where there will be people who preside over that matter. And you see even today some of court systems, how they are using them. They modify them in such a way that it's maybe more modern, in such a way that it's also mixed with the Christian values. But in Africa, we've always had a lot of things that are done today, but they look as if they started in the West, but they've been in Africa for the longest time. And I'm proud to be an African, and I'm glad to be here, Tan Zan, and I think you can continue. That's just my
Oh, this is so much better, because I felt like I was speaking into the void, you know. But now at least I have somebody to bounce it up to. So the reason why I was talking about why we should talk about our traditions is because when we talk about our heritage, we should be proud of those values that we had that really define who we are. We are losing a lot of that, especially, okay, sometimes when you look at ourselves, we think, oh, you know, it was all bad. We are finally civilized and we came to see the light. But we don't realize that some of those things that we knew, they actually had value. We didn't, you know, boast and be proud. Yeah, we should be more proud. We didn't really boast and give names to what we practice. We didn't call it purification or elderization, or, you know, I don't know, you know, these fancy names that people give their practices. For us, it was just a way to become a man or become a woman or become a better person or become a wise elder. So it was just the process of life. We didn't, and there is Ubuntu, yes, but sometimes we don't really see the genius behind some simplicity. We don't see how getting along, even amongst people who are so diverse, was such a genius thing. How different tribes could actually live in peace with each other for thousands, I don't know how many thousands and thousands of years. So there was a lot of things that we learned how to do, and especially when it came to this resolution of conflict, because we can see that what is the greatest problem for humanity, one thing that we have still never overcome, is the idea of war. We still cannot get along with each other. War is just when that just, you know, boils over to, yeah, to violence. But getting along with each other starts from the smallest unit to the biggest. And to be able to get along with people who may have different ideas, different ways of thinking, and to everybody is still respected, that's a huge feat that we somehow managed to do for quite a long time. And we have to look at ourselves and see what are those things that worked for us for that long, and what are the things that didn't work, that, you know, that made us lose in some ways. But what did we have that made us who we are as a people in general? And I think the resolution, how we look at conflict, it's not that we are saying that conflict did not exist. As wherever two people are, there's going to be some sort of conflict because people are different. But it's how you resolve those differences that is important. So in a previous program, we were talking about the Ethiopian tradition of using coffee to solve conflicts. And I thought that was genius. That was such a good thing, because even if, let's say, you have some great big animosity with somebody, just the simple act of sitting down and sharing something that you both enjoy, despite your differences, that's a big step towards even having a conversation. Just that simple thing. It seems like oh well, they're just drinking coffee, but yeah, it's the first step to putting down, you know, the hostility. So it's not saying that just there's one thing that will solve everything, you know, but it's the way that people approach it. Those are another group that would go to, I think they would go to a tree and everybody would take from the bark and chew on it or something. I'll have to look it up. But there was different ways, and also the idea of elders, because once people have this idea of, you know, they're angry and so on, two angry people cannot resolve their differences. So it takes a cool head to come and say, hey, you know, maybe we should think about this. Maybe we should take some time away and just cool down and then come back when we're when we're more, you know, peaceable, when we can sit down and actually listen to the other person. So it takes somebody coming in, and sometimes maybe it takes the women coming in and saying, well, let's listen to each other, or let's take some time, or even coming in with the food, you know, that's always a good thing. Food always makes things better. So we had different ways of resolving even the arguments and the conflicts within ourselves, that some of those things we should look into and see how we can use that to resolve these never-ending conflicts within ourselves and in the world. Pastor Ezra?
Definitely. I mean, food is one of those things that Africans are known for. And what's a gathering in any African home without food? I mean, I think if you can really with any African meetings, I mean, if I'm to come to your place, Tan Zan, probably the first thing you'll offer me will be something to drink and then food. So yes, as Africans, we are known for our hospitality, food being part of our tradition, and something that defines us as a family or as an African family, that the way to welcome somebody is through something to drink. If they've come a long journey, you know that I'm coming from afar. If I'm coming to your place, the first thing you want to offer me is something to drink or something to eat, because you don't know where I'm coming from, but it's also part of us, and it's in our hospitality. And I think it's across every African culture and African tradition to offer your guests food or something to drink. And I think they say you can really hide everything from Africans, but food is the last thing you can really hide. So when it comes to food, please do not starve Africans. Offer them. That's just us, you know.
Give us food, and the variety of food is just it's amazing. From all kinds of vegetables to, you know, to meats and the way they are prepared, you will find whatever you like. You will find it in Africa, from the hottest, you know, to the not so hot, to the bland. You see, that's a conversation that West and East Africans always argue about, because they put too much pepper in their food, and we just like to taste the food. But, you know, I don't know how South African food is, since you guys don't have any. But, you know, we do have that was a swipe for South African. But so the principle behind it was the principle of hospitality, that you first satisfy the needs of the individual. We value human life. I think at the base of everything is the value and respect for human life. And that means, you know, from the smallest to the eldest, you know, from the best to, you know, some of the not so great, but every individual is valued just for being who they are, for being human, for being part of a group. So when it comes to seeing a person, you want to make their life better. And what makes everybody happy rather than food? Food is just the best. So hospitality and respect, all this stems from a core value for human life, the respect for life, for what we have been given, and the responsibility for it. We are given this life not just to enjoy and have fun and all that stuff. We're given, we are the stewards of earth. If man is the steward of you know, earth, we are the steward of Africa, of the first, earth. We were the first people who were given that responsibility to take care of the animals and plants and nature and so on. So even when we look at the environment and the issues that are going on, it is our responsibility to keep the earth pristine, to keep it pure, and to keep it running as we found it. So we as Africans also need to respect not just ourselves, each other, but also our environment. Sometimes we talk about the wild, the animals. Some people just come in and kill them, but those are also some of the things that it was given to us as Africans to protect our animals as well. So it's also our responsibility to make sure that they have somewhere to live, just like us. We all interconnected. Nobody can live by themselves. If we all thrive, we all thrive together, and that includes nature and humanity. So yeah, we can.
Definitely.
So the basic is value. Let's the humanity is such an aversion. We're so averse to war. It's not who we are, because war is the very definition of the destruction of human lives. Once people feel they need to put somebody down for whatever reason, then you're essentially saying that that person's life is not worth, it's not worth yours. You're saying that the person does not have a right to live, to have the life that was given to them by, by their parents, by the supreme creator, whoever it is. It's saying that you have the right to take somebody's life for whatever reason. So the core value of African principle and philosophy was that you do not take a life. You do not take a life that you have not given. Even if you have given the life, you do not take life lightly. And so for us, we had to learn very intricate and elaborate ways of resolving conflicts, even within ourselves, even within the family, even within the tribe. There was always, conflict. Maybe somebody argued with somebody and so on. So how do we come together and make sure that everybody gets what is due for them? So there was elaborate proceedings where people came together, people's input was taken in and so on, because the ultimate thing was the value and respect for human life, and everything else stemmed from there. Your thoughts?
That you feel that exactly, Tan Zan. I've just shared the stream for the guys that would love to come and join us today for the African traditions. Come and join us, and I've been seeing some good points being raised here, Tan Zan, on the comment section. I don't know if you can see. I think I've been seeing Professor Ezra is already here. I see one of his comments here saying, awesome. Yeah, Professor Ezra is in with us tonight. Here's his comment saying, at the heart of African tradition is respect, self-respect, respect for elders, respect traditions, respect ancestors, respect for history, respect for blessings of our creators. Wow, I think that's one of if I may use this word, like it's respect among Africans. It's one of the highest. How do I put this? It's like respect is one of the top priorities if you want to be accepted in any African family or culture. First of all, respect is up there. You can't deal with any African without putting respect as one of your character, So I think Prof. Ezra there is right about this one. I see Simple Slim Recipe saying something about food culture, and like the gender system seems the solution. What else? And I see even Sam saying, isn't food a big part of every culture though? But I think we take it a bit a step further, Sam, when it comes to food.
Yeah, we do.
Party is food, funeral is food, everything is food, man. So there's food in everything, you know. uh, and I think Prof. Ezra is joining us. Welcome, Prof.
Hey, hi guys, how you doing?
Welcome, Professor.
Tan Zan, congratulations on your segment. It's,
Thank you.
what a
I'm
good
trying my
start! What a great
best.
start! So
I try.
I managed to get after like 5 minutes after you started. I managed to get in, and it's been incredible to hear your point of view, and the grace with which that you carry yourself is incredible. It's so African. It's so traditional, and I love it.
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank you.
a lot of people love it, and he got he couldn't have a better companion than Pastor Ezra to get
Thank
you
you.
on your first day. So
Oh, I know you can't tell, but I am nervous. So
uh,
thank you for the
it
support.
doesn't come across. I don't see it. No, it doesn't. It's not visible.
Okay, go ahead.
And by the way, family, tomorrow, Prof. Ezra will also be live here on his show, Education in the 21st Century. Please come and support, come
Yes.
and join him tomorrow, 8 p.m. East African time. Oh, no, 9 p.m. East African time, 8 p.m. Central African time, 6 p.m. UK time. And I'm not sure. You're
11,
in the West Coast,
eleven
you're in the
a.m.
West Coast, man. It's 11
11 a.m.
a.m. in
Yeah,
America, right?
yeah,
California,
yeah.
Yep.
Perfect
Eastern
time.
time. Yeah.
Yes.
So please come and join him tomorrow. He'll be here. Education, education, education. Those who are really passionate as well about education in the 21st
Yeah.
century and thought-provoking questions. Don't come here with political
No.
answers. You need to come with your brains, yeah, because
Yeah.
he's called the brain for a reason. Go ahead, Prof. Ezra.
Yes.
No,
Yes, indeed.
I just wanted to reinforce, my comments is really captured what the point I wanted to make, but I just wanted to reinforce, Tanzan's point that she was making earlier. I mean, she covers quite a lot of grounds, and I think all these grounds are many, many, many shows ahead of us too, so you can dive one piece by piece, and it will probably be endless. But I think like there's so much value. There's a saying in my language, in our culture, like the gold that you have is like it's like a silver, like the gold that you own, like, or the precious thing that you own is like, it's like some kind of, some metal. That is like sometimes one of the greatest value that Africa has is traditions, and everything else in Africa more or less fails. Our economy fails, for most part of Africa. Our political system for most part of Africa fails, right? And what is keeping Africa together? Why isn't Africa burning down to the ground? Like if the conditions that exist in Africa existed in Europe right now, at this point right now, they will eat themselves, alive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at them, like, economy gets hit by a pandemic, and then 3 years later they are at war. That's how they are. Like the Africans, it's not a passing judgment, but Africans, I think, like, it's not well studied, and I'm making a claim. It's a more hypothetical claim, and I want somebody to prove me. I want somebody to study it and research it, maybe make a case for it. But I'm making a case here that is a largely hypothetical based on my experience. So it's an anecdotal. Don't take me literally for this, but I'm making the case that despite the failings of our government and our politics and our economy and our world in general, despite the way the world has treated us, what has kept Africa from denigrating into viciousness and savagery, 1.4 billion people from savagery, only a fraction of maybe around 30-40 million people are in conflict zone. The rest of Africa gets on with life. How does that happen? Why does that happen? In villages across Africa and communities across Africa that are not paved by road, don't have electricity, or if they have electricity not coming on that all the time, They don't have water as much, or they have water, is not that clean, or their farm is not that productive. All sort of problems, and all of this. What is holding communities together? I think is the culture. I think this is the strengths and the power and the magnitude of the culture that is not yet fully realized what it is. We like even many of us here are talking about the surface level, but if you go deep and research it, I'm sure we will come to this conclusion. This is my point of view, in my opinion. We will come to the conclusion that the reason, despite the fact that the conditions warranted, but we are not under such conditions of savagery and total and absolute anarchy and chaos, is because of tradition. There's a lot of people who are hungry in Africa and who have parents, who have community members who say to them, hey, violence is not the way. We'll find a way to make your hunger less hunger. There's a lot of people who can't bury their parents properly. Community comes in and help them bury it. There are communities, I mean, like communities from the desert of the Sahara. You look at the Tuaregs, the lifestyle of Tuareg, how tough and rough that is. And then you look at how their cultural tradition that has been passed on for hundreds of years, that is keeping them together. To the people in Somalia, Somali area, part of Ethiopia, to the Senegal, to the Bantu stars in Zululand, to everything in between. Traditions, cultures, traditions, culture. At 1.2 billion people, 80% of them are somewhere in some form are entangled with that African tradition. They have no clue what's going on with the rest of the world. They have everything they care about right in their doorstep. And the families, their relationship, their history, their traditions. Yes, they're poor. Yes, they don't have material things that we judge them, misjudge them for. But anyways, so I wanted to make that point, that stress that point, that that's a very interesting component. Maybe we should study it.
Absolutely. And that's a very good point you made about why we're still standing after nearly everything seems to have been taken from us. Everybody under these circumstances would have succumbed a long time ago. And we're still standing because we have deep, deep roots. And let's take a moment to welcome, who's Rich? Is that
Dr.
Brother
K,
Rich?
I think. Dr. K.
Okay.
Oh, Dr.
Yeah,
K.
Joseph.
Yes,
Josie.
Teacher Josie. It's Teacher Josie, family. It's Teacher Josie, our teacher.
Josie. Okay.
Hey, Josie.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Actually, I made some points on the comment section, and there is a smell of transformation on this platform, and the change I peered in is unity in action, because so far we've been scattered, and now I see ideas coming together, and different platforms are going to move hand in hand. That means African platforms. That is why I appear in the future, and so that is very good, and thanks to God. And as far as our point of discussion today is all about traditions of Africa, and it is a big deal to discuss or to have a talk on this.
Thank you.
Many endless, invaluable traditions. In fact, most of them are infested by imported ideas and outlooks, and to raise some points on these, according to our traditions in my locality, so far in the past, that means let alone human being, let alone the living nature, even dead animal, whether it is wild or domestic. If you see a dead animal on your way, just walking somewhere else, if you are many, 3, 4, 5, it is must to bury that body. And if you are alone, or if you can't bury that body, according to the tradition, you have to cut a branch that has leaf and put on that body. That is respect for nature. You know, we have many traditions, child rearing traditions, and many, many things, different traditions which are led by wisdom, not by instinctively, but by wisdom, you know. And so it's very interesting to have a discussion here. And in other African countries, in Ethiopia so far, where imported curriculum, imported policy, imported leadership, we use all things imported. Why don't we have our own? And I appreciate the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, who has come up with a noble paradigm of leadership, which is Madama, or and that is interesting for me. Such things should be promoted. Such things should be initiated to happen. We have our own. We don't need to adopt everything from outside. What I mean is, we don't need to take something from out, but we should have our own too. And so it should be, we should be creative too, to have what our land needs. And as far as this earth is concerned, nature is concerned, we were granted from above to protect, to conserve, and keep it safe. And while we are using, for example, if someone cuts a tree to take timbers or something, some other uses, according to our tradition, it should be, that person plants ahead before cutting that tree.
Josie,
this is also conversation.
Josie, can I interrupt
Yep.
you? Like, you know, is it true? Like I heard, I don't know if it's somewhere in the southern, I think one of the tribes in the south in Ethiopia, they name the trees. And there's a community meeting that takes place before any tree is taken down or something like that. They have a tradition of like preserving the forest and the ecosystem. I don't know if I've heard it anecdotally. I didn't hear it in detail, but I don't know if you know. I think since you mentioned it, I was hoping that you expand on it a little bit more.
I'm sorry, will you say it again?
Oh, I heard there's a tribe in Ethiopia that names the tree somewhere in the south. I heard it, but I'm not sure. I don't have it verified. But no, since you were talking about, you know, trees and the ecosystem, I thought that thing, that knowledge, that something I heard in the past came to my head. And maybe if you know more about it, maybe you can explain a little bit more on that element.
Actually, there are different traditions regarding trees. For example, according to past traditions, what I know is, even though it is not this much related to this issue, when a person dies, a big oak or other big trees are planted on his or her grave, and that plant is named after the grave of someone, that person, name of that person. And so, and that is how things. And if you go around my locality, you'll see big oak trees or others, and which are named like that. And actually, there is what you said, oak. It is like a hole, according to Oromo traditions. What we call Oda in Afan Oromo, and that tree is service as hall, meeting hall. And in nature, it has two sex. That means both masculine and feminine aspect is on the same tree. 1 year it becomes male, and then the next year, and that is the nature of that tree. And it is very protected, respected. It serves as a hall, a meeting hall. Every meeting which are related to social is led or conducted under that tree. That's true. That's true, Professor. Yeah, yeah. And that is how the tree is respected, and it is last year, I think, or before 2 years, the Prime Minister has raised about this issue, and even it is related to issue of that Meddemer, when he raised about this tree on some discussion. I don't remember. And so that's true, Professor. Thank you for reminding me that.
And it's just amazing how many of our practices and rituals were centered around in nature. I know that a lot of tribes had, like when they had the priest, and they had, even when they had community meetings, it was always done under a particular tree. Usually, this very big, rich, wide spreading tree, and everybody could just sit under it. Or, there was some people who had, rituals with the rivers, bathing and certain ways to purify oneself. So we were very involved with nature, and nature being a part of nature within ourselves. And we should get back to that. That's a positive aspect of who we are. So yeah, thank you for that as well. So when it comes to nature, our attitude with it was, like you said, go ahead. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was someone speaking?
We are here. We are listening. Continue, please.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
there is.
We can hear you now, Tan Zan. You were breaking up at some point, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, good. Yeah, so I was just saying that the importance, our relationship to nature was our first definition. Nature was looked upon with reverence and respect, but not like an outside entity. It was a part of who we are as people, and we incorporated it into our community as a people. So, good point. Good point, Biggie.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Pastor Israel.
Go ahead.
Okay, as I told you, it takes an age, to even to demonstrate or to present these noble traditions we have, and that laid basis for the world democracy. We have Gada system in Ethiopia. And under this Gadati system, there are different traditions, That is why I raise issue of imported things.
Can you explain the Gada system a little bit?
Yeah, Gada system, till recent, particularly in southern part and western part of Ethiopia, have been leading that system, regardless of The fact is that different governments came, and up to late 16th century, this system was has been exercised,
No,
particularly.
Josie,
Yep.
in Borena, they still practice it.
It's still, yeah, it's still.
Borena is still a parallel government. And I know, it's not just like, I know we don't want to talk about Ethiopia, but we want to talk, I mean, I have experience in West Africa. Chieftaincy, chiefs still are relevant part of governance in West Africa, and many parts of West Africa are different.
What is the Gada system exactly? Can you explain what it is?
It's a lot of, wait, Tan Zan, this is a big topic. And it's a lot of layers to it. And it would not do justice to it to like give it just a brief thing, but like summary. Brief thing, but like I would say it's a governance system. It's a robust governance system, governance tradition that governs how you treat animals, that governs how you treat a child, a woman, a wife, a horse, a camel, a tree, and then that governs the life cycle of an election. Like a government, like like there's generation, like every 8 years they evolve. Every 8 year you evolve, like you move, and they have and I know in Borena, for example, they even have 4 parties. I mean, the best way to resemble it to resemble it with the modern world is like political parties, but they are not like political parties. They don't act like opposition parties, but they are, so power moves around, and then there's historians that document it and then even try to predict, whether your generation would do as well or not based on historical patterns and that kind of things. There's a whole gamut of this. And then there's a lot of research that was done by the Ethiopian government actually to document this. I think it was during the Derek time, Josie. They documented it, and they have it in the Ministry of Culture right now, where they have documentation of how the cultural anthropology is like in the most preserved way possible, like documented. But there's something to me personally. If you were to ask me how Ethiopia should be governed, even though I'm not an Oromo, I probably am an Oromo. I don't know, because I don't know exactly where I'm from, so I probably have an Oromo in me. But like I believe like Ethiopia should be governed, at least as close to the Gada system as possible. But it's not, we've opted for modern democratic system that is not getting us anywhere.
Actually, it needs some amendments to be employed right now, and Tan Zan, it would be very good if we can discuss a bit about that. But it is vast enough. It has many institutions, let alone the system. I can't complete describing one of the institutions, what we call Guma, on this platform, and if we get other time, we can share actually, because it is very, very vast. As Professor said, it is way of governing, it's democratic, on which a leader can stay only 8 years, and every 8 years there is election, and this election goes down the structures. There is hierarchy, and different institutional changes also happen, and so it will be time. It takes age, I can say, and so we can't.
No, it sounds very complex. And
no, Tan Zan. One of the things that we do is that we should stay away from is miniaturizing things. It's not. This is like sometimes we talk about it so briefly that people only misunderstand it. This is the way. This is another attempt by the Oromos to take over. Blah blah. That's the only sometimes that happens. And then as an Ethiopian, I find that very offensive for people really misunderstanding some of these cultural nuances and not being. If you don't have enough time to really go through. To really go through the details of the natures of the natures of what do you call the natures and the substantive, the nuances of the cultural elements. I mean, like there's one tiny layers in the tradition called gudifacha. It's a thing that governs the caring of people without parents. That itself alone has so many rules in it.
Yeah.
There's one specific rule within that rule where that talks about if you are an Oromo, or no, if you are not an Oromo, you want to be an Oromo. You want to join the Oromo. Like there's a whole layers of rules in there. I know in Borana a Japanese person who had become an Oromo, who went through the different initiation process to become one.
Yeah.
Now, Borana, not an Oromo, but a Borana. But what I'm trying to tell you is yes, it would be good to mention them, but I would say I would dedicate a whole show if I were you to talk about it in depth.
Oh yeah.
Well researched, so that it doesn't feel like, oh, we touched it, and we have this very like superficial knowledge about it, and then people dismiss it after that. You know, you don't want that.
No,
you want people to respect the tradition.
I'm actually interested in knowing quite a lot more, which I know, like you said, that we can't do it in one program. So we can definitely, we should definitely set up a day when you guys can go into greater depth, because I don't want to dismiss it, because it sounds like firstly it sounds like a very workable system, because if it has been practiced and there's so many parties involved and it actually been practiced, that means that it works. And for me, whatever works should be looked at in greater detail, not just superficially. And that's why also I like to look at the successes in our countries, the things that we're doing well. A lot of the times we talk about, oh, we can't do this, we can't do this, and so on and so on. But we have done things. We have set up some systems in place that actually deal with some of the issues that we're dealing with. Like no, it wasn't past either, but I think it was you saying, why is it that we're still, despite everything that we're facing, why is it that we're still standing? There has to be a deeper reason than that. There has to be deeper systems in place that we may not even sometimes acknowledge, but we just practice, and we're not sure why, but we know that there is a good reason for it. So yeah, definitely we should look into that. And even when somebody mentioned about food, even when it comes to food, it's not just putting food in front of somebody and saying, here. There's usually like ways of doing it. There's some cultural norms. You ask somebody in some places, you say no first, and then they go this way and that way and so on. So it's always, there's this unspoken, I don't know if, I don't want to start asking questions because we'll get into it too much, but is the guard system, is it a written system, or is it just known? Do you understand? Is it just passed orally?
It's now documented by the government. It's not by the government of Ethiopia. Like then, they did. I think back in the 80s, they put it down on piece of paper. So there's methods, right? But like if you meet a Borana person, I don't know about Josie. Josie, you are from western side of Oromia, right? And then and then I'm not gonna talk about you but I've spent so much time with Borana people. I've educated many of them, and they've given me so much insight. That's why I focus on that. It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist everywhere else, but so don't get me on that one. But my experience talking to them is that it's in your DNA. Like it's in your DNA. Like one of my former students says, when I go to town and I see a horse get beaten, I feel cringe in it. Like a young girl, there are rules that are like bred inside the mind and the hearts. It beats in the heart and minds of any Borana child and any Borana.
Yeah, of course it is being exercised still. And as you said, it takes time and it needs platforms to share such big issues. I simply raised a sample, and they can it is online. They can get information. Anyone can get information about Gada system and institutions under Gada system. Everything is online. And so they can actually get, because different studies have been conducted on it, and anyone can get documents, but as long as you see you face different traditions in Africa which are covered or simply ignored because of those imported stuffs and other problems, you get surprised. Had there been such thing in Africa, you'll say like that, and that is why I raised as samples. We have many things. Even I know I've seen, I've made a small study on Guma as an institution so far. That is why I keep in touch with the system a bit, not deeply. And this Guma I saw, and many scholars, meaning domestic scholars, had agreed upon it, that it is far better than the criminal law, because it brings sustainable peace, and that is why I raised it. And so you can go and enjoy, you learn so many things from it, and I appreciate it. And I hope that's enough, Professor. And I can make the discussion.
No,
I can explain.
like to me, like I want Tan Zan to be to really take this up, research it herself.
Yes,
research it, and then I want her to really dive in, interrogate the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Don't take it as this perfect system by itself. Like you said, something works and something doesn't work. There's a point to which the Gada system works and the point it doesn't work. And then, nobody has interrogated it. And I'm going to be biased because I love the Gada system. Josie's going to be biased because he loves the Gada system. But you don't know. You don't have that emotional connection. You're going to be a very intellectual. And so I hope, and one of your shows, you're just going to dive into it so that people are well-informed, educated about it. And they say, you know what? We can improve this. You can improve this. We can add this. Oh, we have this somewhere in Congo, similar to this. We have that. So then they can connect with it in such a way,
That is a challenge I accept, and I will dive into it. I will look it up. I will find all the information I can, and then on the next, after I feel that I have a good enough understanding it, I will
particularly try to have a look at the institution Guma.
Yes,
try to have a look. Guma.
By the way, there are other ones that are also preserved in Ethiopia, like Shimgilina is one of them. Shimgilina. And there's in the Gurage culture, there's even rules on how the role, women are very powerful and very important in the way in Gurage culture. In Tigrinya, there's some systems that some of my students used to do this. We used to do this. They used to do this research and used to come to us and just blow our mind. Almost every culture in Ethiopia has in some way done something, from Walaita to Oromia to Tigray to Somalia, and then a lot of that cultural things have somehow weaved themselves into the fabric of the Ethiopia today. Sometimes you don't even recognize where it came from. Gudifacha, when you say Gudifacha, it's it's an Oromo thing, but nobody knew it's Orominya, or it's an Oromo thing. But if you are normal Ethiopian, average Ethiopian, unless you have very close Oromo, neat connections, you might not know it, but you just act as if it's an Ethiopian thing, right? So I don't know, Josie probably can say more about it, but there's a lot of that in Ethiopia.
Yeah. By the way, when we come to the basis of Gada, it has come up after overthrowing a dictatorship governance called Akomanoye before
really?
Gada system.
I didn't know that.
Before Gada system, there was a ruler, that means Akomanoye. At that era, the society had been governed by female, and she became too much dictator, and so you can have a look at that also. You know? And then really, and so you can have it is also online about Akomanoye. Recently, I've seen two individuals sharing that history, and after that, Gada system came, and this Gada system was led by a rule which is made by Makobili, and that is a rule-making institution. And when we come to Gudifacha, Gada system, its basis is Uhuru, what we call humanity. You know, humanity is the basis. The basis. Humanity,
you know that,
first.
by the way, before you go too far, Josie, that humanity thing was also part of the rule at the Aksumite Empire. That was the rule that they used to receive the Muslims and the Jews when they were prosecuted and then ran away and they came to Ethiopia. That was 4th century.
Yeah.
That was 5th century. So it's very, 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 very embedded in Ethiopian psyche, right? When it comes to that. So sorry, I interrupted you. I mean, please go ahead. I just wanted to add that. Sorry,
yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I don't know whether it is here or there. There is network interruption, and as I said, Professor, and when we come to Gudifacha, according to the society, according to Geda system, any person, anyone in this world can become Oromo on his willingness. And if someone comes to the society and want to be part of the society, he's welcome always. And then there are two ways to accept that person. If he is orphan or kids are taken by Gudifacha, and it has its own process. Again, if that person is adult enough, there is a process, what we call Mogasa, naming that person. And so there are two processes. And so via these two processes, anyone in this world can come. And that is how that Japanese become part of the Oromo society. And she is now conducting different studies and research and demonstrating culture of that locality in Afan Oromo, not in English, in Afan Oromo even. And that is a base, you know. And so there are two processes, Gudifacha and Mogasa, by which any person on this world become Oromo. And that is what I want to say.
Excellent points.
Yeah.
And thank you for the insight. And this is why this is such a great place to be, because we learn so much about each other, not only about what we have done, but how similar our experiences were, even as different as they are. Because when you talk about the woman leader, I know that the Gikuyu have a story about, I think her name was Mumbi wa Makeri or something. I can't, Mumbi, but her name for sure was Mumbi. She was this great leader in the times that the women led. I've heard that story about, you know, from some African tribes, you know, from time to time, that the women led were leading, were in charge, or they were leaders. So their leader, Mumbi, she was very strict on the men, so to speak. And so she would use the men as her footstool and order them around and all these things. And so the men started plotting together, and then they made a plot to get all the women pregnant at the same time.
You know it, Tan Zan. You read about the Komanuye. That's the story. And that is, it is that act that made her overthrown, you know. She is harsh enough, and even sometimes she orders something that can't be done at all. For example,
Yes.
one of her orders is she ordered men to build house for her on space. On space. And she said, how long I tolerate on this air, and I want a special housing. And so they say like that, and many things. And sometimes she orders them to remove mountains from in front of her house, remove this mountain. And you know, there are some people who are led by wisdom, and
Yes.
once she gets asleep, they simply transform her house by rebuilding it overnight and turning
Wow.
the door away, and many things, you know. And this is what created, and then people get tired of that unbearable leadership, and they overdrew and created a Gada system, you know. And
Yes.
that is,
Yes.
yeah, you know it.
Yes.
many funny stories are there about here.
Oh, and speaking of stories, this is the most African thing ever. Let's get to the heart of
Yeah.
it. We are a storytelling people. I think this is
Yeah.
one thing that, unites us. Even as children, the tradition of grandparents, for me, it was my grandparents and my aunts and your older relations. At night, when you sit there and you're about to go to sleep, it's time for stories, and you tell stories about animals and people and things like that. So this is a great aspect too of who we are. So yeah. And it's also a way of teaching children. You can sit down and teach children 1, 2, 3, 4, or be good or be good. But if you tell them a story about a mischievous animal and so on, that gives them a better moral perspective than just drilling, rules into them. So we had ways also of passing on information and wisdom, not just through, memorization. We had stories, and we told a lot of stories, stories for morality and just stories for fun. We just sit around. Some of those stories. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, stories, by the way, have different purposes, you know, and some are thoughtful, and some are muses that answer the questions, you know. Sometimes, for example, kids ask you many questions, you know, that you can't answer. For example, why is this sky up there? They say, and then you can't convince them that it is simply a universe and there is something that intangible, you know. And so you use stories, muses, to convince them. Sometimes, why does hen scratch the ground? They say.
Yes.
Why? And then you can't convince them telling the fact, you know. You simply tell them a story, how this action began, you know. And so response, because they need response. You need to answer their questions. You don't need to ignore them. Don't ask us question. No, it is not needed. And say right, not only thoughtful, not only for fun, they have also different purposes, you know. And you can also warn a person not to do something, warn kids not to go somewhere in a jungle. There are different stories, you know. And so that's right, Tan Zan. Yeah, I share your idea.
Yes, and stories are a way of teaching, people how to be and how to live their lives. It's not always moral epithets. You also have to instruct people. And you're right, children will ask questions and they will not stop asking why. Like, even if you give them an answer, you will give them all the answers. Like, it's because of this, because of the rainy seasons, environment, and give them a whole lecture. And they'll still, at the end of this, say, oh, why? Oh, so, yes, we do need to teach them. And you also made a good point about, we should give them answers. Sometimes, as adults, we get tired of the questions because we're also dealing with our own questions about life and so on. But we have a responsibility to answer the questions that children ask. Even if we're going to give them a story or a proverb or a riddle, we should have something prepared to give them, so when they go out into the world, because if we don't teach the children, somebody else will. They'll find the answer, like you say, Google. Nowadays, it should even be a privilege if a child is asking you anything, because they don't have to. Nowadays, they can just go on the internet and find out for themselves. They don't have to ask you anything. So if they're still at a stage where they want to know and they're asking you, then you should have a good reason to give them.
Yeah, that's right. You don't, pragmatically, you should not refrain kids from asking questions. If you do so, if you want them, if you ignore their question and get lost and something like that, they become fearful. They don't explore, they don't ask questions because the fear develops in their minds. And that is why you need to give them answers. Next thing, there is threshold for everything. They can't ask you other question when they get answer for their question through stories, and then they become interested, and then think about the story, and they want to tell their colleagues, their friends, that story. And that is how they rush out. And so instead of stopping them from asking, it's good to give them due response, just ethically, in such a way that they learn from it. And it is not advisable to stop any kid from asking questions. Let them ask whatever question they want, and that person should respond to them wisely. That is it. Asteriza.
Yeah, if I can ask there, you just raise another, sometimes a very controversial thing to say. Kids can have a right to ask anything, especially in an African home. When I look at most African homes, especially as a child, I'm sure there's when coming to asking your elders questions, I think there's always that fine line where you cannot just ask just for the sake of saying yes. The country says I have a right to ask, I have a right to this, because when you're in an African home, you still have a lot of different generations that are still alive, and there are questions that sometimes kids might parents or our elders might find maybe let's say offensive to them, or they'll take it as a question that a child cannot ask me at this age. Whether you are, let's say, 30 years old or 40 years old, you find your parents can still shut you down and say, you can't ask me that question. I can't answer you. You're too young for me to answer you. I don't know if you've encountered that in some African traditions where some questions you cannot even ask them if you're not married. There's even places where you cannot be part of as a man or even as a female if maybe, for example, you're not married or you don't have any form of a recognition in your society. What do we say in cases where elders will say, you're not from maybe our village, you cannot answer this, you cannot ask us this question, or you're too young to even ask us these questions? And another question that I also wanted to pose right there in terms of the African traditions, are they progressive or are they conflicting with the Western ways of doing things, meaning the democracy that we are practicing currently in the world? Are they conflicting?
I lost that for a second. Go ahead.
Tan Zan?
Yeah, sorry, I lost connection for a second, but I'm back in. Continue.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I was still asking a question at Tan Zan about I think teacher Josie raised something about children having the right to ask questions, of which it is important. But from my experience, looking at some of the questions, when at a certain age, you literally fear to ask certain questions to your parents because of rules, or your parents. Your parents, they might tell you like, "Hey, you're too young to ask me this question," or "You can ask me this question once you are married," or when you are at a certain age. This. I don't know if you guys have that, because obviously we have a variety of cultures. Some cultures, or for most part of the cultures that I know of, there's questions that you can ask and questions that you cannot ask based on your status, based on your age, based on your gender, whether male or female, and places where sometimes culture does not allow even a woman. That's where now I had to ask the question about Western democracies that we are so much fed into right now, sometimes conflicting with what we used to practice as tradition or as cultures. That's my question to everyone, and to you guys on the panel at the moment. And just before you answer this question, I really love to thank Sister Chrissy and Queen M. Please, let's stick to the topic. The discussion for today is African tradition. Our host Tan Zan has raised these questions and has come up with this topic. Let's raise that. I know some people want to talk about Rwanda and UK, but today let's stick to African tradition, as our sisters already said. Thank you.
And as a reminder, Political Sundays is on Sunday.
Political Sunday is on Sunday.
Yes.
I don't know who wants to tackle this question that I raised. Like the conflict sometimes with our traditions versus the Western lifestyle or democracy, what's called democracy.
Yes, go ahead. Okay, well, then I'll take a crack at it. But you're completely right about the not asking questions. That children are to be seen, not heard. Oh, yeah, you don't ask too many questions and you don't make too much noise. So I agree. And that's why we should re-examine, some of our traditions. The good ones we can keep, the matter of respect, but we also have to re-examine, the lines of respect. We shouldn't consider it disrespectful for a child to ask certain questions in a respectful manner, because sometimes we also put down a lot of inquiry and then we just throw our children out there without giving them answers. So even if we say, this question is too young for you, I will answer it when you're older. When they're older, keep your promise. Answer those questions when they're older. Don't just say that as a way to brush them off and then never deal with those issues again, because those issues are there. And the problem with the world right now is that there is not too little information in the house and too much information outside. So even if you say, oh, people are supposed to know these things, those things are on the internet. But the problem is there's so much stuff on the internet that most people don't even know what to look for or where to go. So, it's good to direct them. This is what you should do. This is what you shouldn't do, and so on. So it's respect, which is a good thing, but we should also redefine what is respectful and what is, curiosity. So, yeah.
Can I also crack at it a little bit? I mean, I think also diagnose it a little bit better. Like, maybe some bit of diagnosing that needs to be done. I think what is that is like, there's a kind of like where there's a disconnect between what the role of a child in an adult conversation was like traditionally, and what is the remnant of that understanding that we are practicing right now. So we are like more like we are practicing the ghosts. We are dealing with the ghost of what was the tradition, not the actual tradition. I don't think this has historical kind of like very like strong linkage to historical traditions in terms of how children are in adult conversations. But I think like in the modern day, where people say, oh, they respect traditions, they value traditions, but they don't really truly know exactly what those traditions are. They just have what's called the artifacts of traditions, and they practice them a little bit. So you say, "Oh, shut up! Children are not supposed to talk." But I think more likely, like, children are not supposed to interrupt, not talk, but interrupt. You should be respectful. That kind of like, so there's, to me, that's I think the diagnosis is a little bit here, is that are we actually dealing, like, are we using the experiences that you have, Ezra, Pastor Ezra, and I have, as a barometer of understanding what is African tradition? Or are we going to question even the sanity and the clarity of the tradition that we have that resembles our historical traditions, but might not necessarily be truly linked to the historical tradition, might be a perversion of, or the perversion at worst, or a simulation of that. So to me, like, I think that's another thing that Tan Zan, we might have to think about. Like, when you're thinking about tradition, like, to what extent has modern world has polluted it so much that we are seeing it through the fog of this modern world, but we still claim to it, hold on to it, but we're not holding to the true nature of a tradition, but kind of like the resemblance of what it is. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, because even in the way of raising children, we have the how we discipline children, how we interact with them. There's still some aspects of what is the modern way to do things, what is traditional, and we are not really in touch with the true traditional aspect. And that's why we also have to examine the principles behind, what was spoken. So like you said, when these children are to be seen, not heard, the better emphasis for that should be, the respect, which is interrupt. Definitely children should not interrupt, not that they should not be heard at all. So there are some things that we should review how we look at things and what is the principle behind it, because we do practice things sometimes just automatically, just epigenetically. It's in our genes just to do things, but this is a time to question why we do it, what was the original intent. And sometimes there are things that had good intentions when they were first established, and maybe now they're not as useful, or maybe they are, but we have forgotten it. So definitely we have to look at what it was. Why did we want children to be a certain way, especially with the respect for elders? Sometimes it gets to a level of fear, and sometimes it gets to a level of almost repression, because sometimes with the respect of the elders, it makes children almost afraid to bring the issues and the problems to people who might actually be able to help them. Sometimes children suffer in silence, or they're not afraid to speak to somebody. They're afraid of always being told, you're wrong, or you can't be listened to, and so on. So I don't think the original intention was to dismiss children. I think it was more the emphasis of respecting the elders. But
I think it would be nice to really have these experts come on, really anthropologists or historians, who really look at the nuances of what is missing. The colonial era, what has it disseminated? Like, what part of the roots is disconnected? We don't know. Like, it would be good for somebody to really investigate. Like, those people who actually spend time looking at this, it would be good if they have the platform to have a conversation about it. And I'm sure there's somebody out there in Africa that is studying, looking at this, not necessarily getting all the research funds to be robust about it, but they have insight, I'm sure, that is worth hearing about. And I think you've captured it clearly. Like, there's something here to really look into, because then the question of how do we recapture it can be answered, because if we know why certain things are done, not just only what was done, but why they were done, the reason for them, and how they were, the genesis of them, and how they emerged out, and how they evolved to that point, that kind of understanding, it really helps in reconstituting. If you are trying to reconstitute things, then that helps a lot.
Absolutely. And, you know, even the reasons for the practices, the unfortunate thing about so much of our heritage is that it was unwritten. It was passed on from one person to another. And that's why I was asking, not to go back to it, but we'll go back to it another time. But that's why I was asking about the guided, system. Is it written? Is it passed on? How is it transmitted to everybody? Because if people are to follow, everybody should know what they, and unfortunately we did, everybody knowing the rules, I think we did that excellently. In every tribe, you know, everybody knows what rules, the unwritten rules are. Everybody knows that you shouldn't, you know, when it's walk on this side or speak with somebody a certain way, you should greet an elder in this way. Even in Kiswahili, there's a certain way to greet the elders versus a way to greet your peers and so on. So everybody knew these rules. What is unfortunate is that we really took for granted that direct contact. And so nowadays, the world does not rely on direct transmission of information. So we were in danger of losing a lot of that, you know, a lot of the reasons for why we did the things that we did. So we're just starting the conversation, but it would definitely be good to have somebody who has that, who has that bridge, who knows, you know, the past, the reasons, and also how they apply in the present moment, because we still practice them. Even sometimes we don't even know the reasons why we do some of the things that we do, and yet we just do it. We still survive. We don't know how we survive, but we survive, you know. So we're still innovative. We still, despite everything, we're still thriving, and we have to look at those reasons and strengthen those invisible, you know, hands that lift us up, and also, you know, cut off the things that tie us down, because some of those things were good and some of those are maybe not as useful, or some of those things did hold us back. So we have to admit that some of those were good and we need to hold on to them, but some of those practices we should, you know, either let go or redefine them in a way. So yeah.
And I see Yenatan has sorry Tanzan, to cut you there. I see Yenatan said something of that you just said now about writing our history, like instead of orally just passing it from one generation to the next, of which most of us we lost our cultures and our traditions because of he said something about migration and modernization. That's where most of the stuff gets lost, especially if things are passed through orally, like you are taught at home. So what if now the father is not at home? He can't even pass you the culture to you because he's working in a big city. You are growing maybe in a rural area setup or in a village, and your father is somewhere else. He can't pass you those orally historical traditions that he was taught because he's also not present in your life. So I think Jonathan is touching base on that we need to document everything of our cultures, or else we will continue losing a lot of information, a lot of stuff that we need to capture and teach the upcoming generation as well. And he also mentioned another thing, an example. Yeah, he also made an example about the Native Americans. I think, Jonathan, even us as Africans, we've lost some of our heritage because most of our stuff didn't write it down. I think the Native Americans, we can relate to their story, losing some of their cultures. And we also lost some of our cultures or traditions because we didn't write them, and because of wars as well. Besides migration, war is also one of the things that really destroys a lot of things, where people can lose their history because of an invasion or because of the people that carry the history dying in that war. So we need to, I agree with Jonathan about documenting our stuff, especially now we've got the technology as the generation that's here in Africa and even in the diaspora. We have the technology and we need to utilize these technologies to capture this information and share with the world, and even share to the generation that is coming after us, you know. And another comment came from Sam. He's talking about the respect for our elders. I think Sam says another thing that we Africans should never let up is respect for your elders. There's just something so wholesome about that. I don't mean agree with their nonsense, but a respectful demeanor. I hear you, Mr. Sam.
That's funny.
I'm sure a lot of Ethiopians have had this experience. You go to like those, those taxis, minibus taxis. I'm sure a lot of African countries use that, and I've seen like in Ethiopian, like it's in Amharic, when you refer to an older person, you use plural in the plural terms. So you use multiples, not in singular. So I've had somebody, take down an elderly person because that person was being an asshole. And this gentleman who's the helper, I don't know. Can you guys hear me? By the way.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
So, yeah. And so those people who assist the driver of the minibus, so like take down that old man who was all sort of insult, but he was still using the respectful plural term. I'm like, so you're still being respectful, but being very, very not so good of a young man. It's just so Sam's comment reminded me of that. It's funnier when you hear it in Amharic a little bit, but I'm sure Josie knows what I'm talking about. But yeah.
I think what you just said, Prof, is what Tan Zan also raised, that there's ways to address elders and our generation. Like, I'm sure we all cannot go to our uncles or our fathers and say, "What's up?" You can't greet them like that. They'll look at you like, "What is happening with this one?" So there's always those ways to, as you said, in a plural form. When you greet your elders, you make it as if you are greeting, like when you see an elderly, it's like you see the family. That's why you use the plural form. I think that's how I relate to what you said about the plural form, Prof. Ezra. When you see an elder, you see a family, you see like this giant. So hence, when you address it in a plural form. I think Sam says in a respectful demeanor. But yeah, I think that fine line, and I think in the coming years it's going to be something else, because some of the old generation is facing away, and there's so many like words that we use that are coming from other cultures or other traditions or languages that we are using. And I wonder if when we get to a stage where we grandfathers and grandmothers, how the world will be like, but it's just a thought. I mean, so yeah, man. And another thing was, I saw some other comments here, some great comments, guys, that I would love your input on. I see Mondatez is also here. He says, definitely. There's another comment that I really find interesting. I think it's Joseph Explorer. It says, he or she says, we have to start working in the kids and youth and explore different states and give training in team travel under SN, so Early Nation, so we can conquer easily. We have the youth power. We need organized and educated team. Good point right there, Joseph Explore. And then another point from him, I don't know if it's another good point from Joseph. If we change and train our children, children's mind, and show them the United Africa, we were great. We can be more greater in the next years. Great years work is answer. Let us start moving in different sectors. Okay, agree with that. And I see Marie Antoinette as well. Definitely let go or redefine the unhelpful practices. I agree, Tan Zan. That's Marie Antoinette right there. Always great seeing you, Marie Antoinette. Let's see, Abu Yak. Also nice. It's great hearing from Abu Yak as well. Another solution, we all need to go back. What stops us? Where do we all return? That's another great question. Where do we all return if we trying to revive our African traditions? Wow. And another one from Marie Antoinette. She says some of the elders passed on some nonsense that is still harming us in the present moment. Wow. That's something we need to also talk about.
I think like we need to talk about it. What are the nonsense? Because like what are the nonsense that she's talking about? So yeah, I mean I think they are, I'm sure. But it would be nice to know.
Where do we get this corruption? That's just me thinking now, you know.
I mean, I think corruption is human nature. It's human beings are easily corruptible because we think we are always calculating benefit and loss all the time at conscious or subconscious level. So it's not that corruption exists. I mean, I think like if people are like upset that corruption exists, they are being hypocritical. We are in some way or form have in our nature a degree of corruption. And why do we pray? Why do we seek to have faith, a religion, laws, rules? The reason we do those things is because we know this nature needs to be contained and directed and managed or educated and run. But I think, what are these corruptions? What are these bad things? That would be nice to hear.
So please, family, join us. Come and we want to hear most of your comments. Keep sending those comments and join us on the live stream. If you have something to say, you can always join us. And I saw another one. Sam again. And says tribalism is the biggest one for sure. That's another point right there. Wow. It's another point about tribalism. And
I don't know, even tribalism wasn't that bad. What is the traditional tribalism in Africa? How come, I think Tan Zan pointed out, how come we tend to have more tribes that are preserved in Africa than anywhere else in the world? I don't know if she didn't say it directly. I'm just paraphrasing what I understood. But like, I think sometimes we misconstrue, like we buy into the political narratives, and we just regurgitate. I'm getting tongue-tied here. Regurgitate. Or what is the term? Help me with those English. Regurgitate. Yes. And that's it. It's that political mess. And sometimes, like, our politicians are day traders. Most of our politicians in the world, not just in Africa, they are day traders. They are day trading on everything. That means they don't think more than what they can get today. What is the headline today? What is gonna get them moving? So they don't see the cost of what they do. They don't think of the cost of what they do. They just do it. So sometimes we just buy too much into this nonsense. So seriously, it really pisses me off sometimes. We buy into this nonsense. I mean, don't just buy into the notion that tribalism is bad. It's not. But the tribes, themselves are centered. It's like a home. They are like shelters. They are like huts. Everybody has their own homes and their own shelter. Tribalism is tribes were shelters for homes. But tribes in the ancient Africa, when I say ancient Africa is pre-colonial, tended to be much more peaceful with each other, much more, civilized to each other with each other than they were post-colonialism. So what was the difference? The difference is the importation of this short-termism, Machiavellian thinking, like exploitation. Exploit. Those sense of exploitation, like, oh, something is useful, resourceful. How do I benefit out of it? Those things have polluted or poisoned our well, and our understanding of our culture and our tradition also poisoned as a result because of it, by association of it. So when we look at certain things, we have to look at what are the prism through which we look at, what are the lenses, what are the fogs that are standing in our way. Between me and the sky, what stands? And sometimes we are describing the thing that stands in front of you, not exactly the sky. Yes, describing the fog. And then pretending that fog is permanent, pretending that fog is truth. Yeah, it is truth temporarily. But the essential truths, what are they? I think in a place like this, instead of just, peddling political daily trading, things that are polluted and poisoned, I think it's like, it really frustrates me when we get there. I think we need to just move away from that and then really truly try to understand, instead of just like, sloganism, it's like, oh, tribalism is bad or good. Like, why did we have tribes in Africa? Why do we have hundreds and thousands of tribes in Africa? Why? And how did that come about? What is the history of it? Where did it go wrong? And how can we correct it? And that's a much better, much more healthier conversation for me. I think for most people too. For most Africans, that will be much healthier. If I ask, Kikuyu, give up your tribe, he's not going to listen to me. Why is he? If I ask Zulu, forget about Zulu, he's not going to listen to me. Oh, one Africa is important. Yes, it is important. Every African knows it is important. And they can live. They can have their tribe and Africa together. They've had it before. We just need to figure out a very smart, intelligent way of getting back to the horse, and the horse, the way we see it, not through the prism of exploitation, limitation, this Eurocentric, really like broken, the broken records of European empires. I don't want to look at things through the prism of Kaiser and Hitler, and Nazi, and socialism, and fascism, and capitalism, and imperialism. Useless stuff. It doesn't apply to Africa. For 1 billion people in Africa, they don't give a hoot about what's going on in that part of the empire, because they don't have it doesn't ring to them. Why is Africa not part of the world? Because Africans are not interested in being part of this, the way the world is run in the form of exploitation, stuff like that. So I think people need to elevate the analysis a little bit. And Pastor Ezra is like, what the heck is wrong with Ezra today? Professor Ezra has gone rogue. Now I'm trying to challenge a little bit. I'm just being I'm preparing for tomorrow. I'm practicing my tomorrow run, by the way.
Yeah. Family, tomorrow Prof Ezra will be here. His show, same time, 8 p.m. East African time. What am I saying? 9 p.m.
You keep
9
saying 8
p.m. East African time. 8 p.m.
Yeah, you keep saying 8, 9.
Yeah.
So tomorrow join Professor Ezra on the Education in the 21st Century. He'll be in here. Come and join. Come and have some thought-provoking questions, topics, discussions. If you are into those thought-provoking questions, topics, being challenged, mental exercise, come join tomorrow. But for tonight, we're still in talking about the African traditions with Tan Zan. Tan Zan, I think you have a lot of people coming in here today. I see Mandatez is here, Mr. Awesome is here, Two Nigers here.
Two Nigers here.
It's getting hot in here.
It's getting hot here.
So,
what are you cooking there? Like the heat is just passing around now.
Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is allow Mwendatezi to come in, and then we'll go to Mr. Awesome, and then we'll touch base with Mr. Two Niger.
Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, Mwendatezi, Mr. Awesome, Two Niger. You're all welcome. But Mwenda Tezi first, then we're gonna go to Mr. Awesome, then to Niger. Welcome, Mr. Mombasa.
Guys, how are you guys, man? Yeah.
The new governor of Mombasa. The new governor of Mombasa.
The governor.
They're looking for a
the
governor
himself.
The governor himself.
Yeah, governor. Hopefully, you might see me, making changes here also politically. But I came here to talk about when I joined when they were talking about the lack of writing or recording of our history and the disadvantages of it. Because one of them I've seen that is a lot of nonsense being easily pushed in a lot of nonsense narratives that coming here, like calling us Israelites or something like that. I feel like because we don't have our history written, we find some people who have a little bit of lower self-esteem. We start embarrassing us, telling us how we came from some Middle East country or something like that, and we are not really, So I feel like it's very important for us to write to record our history, even right now, just so that the generations and the other generations, they won't have to be prey to all these narratives. Also, narratives coming from outside, telling us what we there's a lot of false narratives coming out. So yeah, that's really just my point, that it's just to reiterate that it's very important to have our history recorded, Also, and I find even people talking about the elderly, sometimes I feel like even the elderly are misguided, So, when people usually say, my grandmother told me or my grandfather told me, like now that makes it legitimate, and most of the time there is no evidence to their claims. There's no, there's a lot of, it's just a story, and we find, even when we look at the evidence, even it's just a lot. Even the narrative of the Bantu, the narrative of the Nilot or the Kushites, you find even you also need to question these narratives, and you find that the reasons why they are grouped together, or especially Bantus. I don't even think Bantu is one whole group. I think if it has been proven that there are people who are grouped into the Bantus that are not Bantus. So So yeah, I think it's just important for the recording, and also we need to challenge our anthropologists in our countries to come up with these narratives. Although I think they have already come up with them, I just think that they don't get that much attention. Yeah, basically that's what I have to say.
Oh, thank you, Mwendatezi. Challenging the narrative, challenging all this, some of the stuff that we've kind of made it to be the truth, while not questioned, not verified. I mean, my grandmother told me so it is true. No, I get you, Mwendatezi, about that one, I don't know if somebody has something to add, but I would love to welcome Mr. Awesome. Welcome, Mr. Awesome.
Thank you. I had to jump in and be included in the conversation, because when we're talking about Africa and the pain that was caused due to tribalism, a brother earlier said tribalism is not bad. You see, the term tribalism is not to condemn. It's not used to condemn people of a certain tribe. Instead, tribalism is the mentality of saying my tribe is better than yours. The term Ubuntu stands for I am because we are. So us, that we need to have the sense of having the Pan-African sense, saying I am because we are. So we have to have a collective mentality instead of having the tribalism mentality. Because okay, let's consider the ethnic relationship in Ethiopia, for example. A farmer of Oromo tribe have more better relationship, like have more relate. He can relate more to a farmer in Tigray or a farmer in Amhara than another Oromo that's an engineer, or another Oromo that's basically people have better relationships in maybe the type of work they do, the type of things they do day to day. So I'd like to challenge you. You said earlier we should ask why tribes came about, and I'd like for you to answer if you can, please. And also,
can I come in? This is such an incredible way. I mean, you said you brought up Ubuntu, right? But Ubuntu, if you break it down, there's a part to it. Multiple parts becoming one, not singular. It's not about singularity here. It's not about so the notion of the problem with the objection. I think you've described it properly. Tribalism, in a classic sense, is different from tribalism in the contemporary sense. And the contemporary sense has been perverted and pervertalized and then used as instrument by politicians of our 21st century politicians who have figured out you can exploit it like you've exploited our resources, exploited our lands, you exploited our people. You can exploit their culture as well. So it's being used to divide, to put a wage of division among people. But it was the same instrument of tribes were the ones who invented the notion of Ubuntu too. And like there were more tribes in the era of Ubuntu than there in post Ubuntu. And post colonial era, there's less tribes now. Or me?
Yes, go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah. So I had a phone call come in, so sometimes. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, I think what I'm trying to get at is that this, looking at African tradition, this is African tradition, is trying to unearth the values that existed there, so that we can understand the essence of tribes as an organizing force for preserving culture, for preserving identity and know-hows and methods, but also as an instrument of neighborliness, sharing, because an Oromo and an Amara have different homes, and then they come together for coffee in the other house and the other house. That's it. Tribes are also part of the institution of sharing. So how do we recapture and reconstitute the essential characteristics of tribes were important in the creation of the great African empires that were before us? So how did you do that? That's a question we want to interrogate and discuss. But I don't think the political element of it, which is the now, what we're dealing with right now, I don't think we can address it here. That should be addressed in the parliaments of Ethiopia or Kenya or Ghana, somewhere there. Those politicians, let them fight it out. Let them continue to take advantage of it, or let somebody fight them. There are people fighting tribalism in the contemporary sense. And I say, go ahead, fight it. But I think here in this space, I think we should not dismiss tribes blanket without necessarily understanding the essential qualities that exist and that have been missed and are in the midst of the fogginess of our recent history. We are missing some essential qualities that were useful that we don't know a lot about, and we want to get to the bottom of it. And I think Mondatese was also referring to the little bit of going back to recording things, to documenting, to being very methodological about our inquiry about what's going on here. What are we looking at? I think I would. I mean, Tan Zan, if you were to ask for my recommendation, that's what I would recommend you. You spend a lot of time giving us opportunity to really delve into this, but you don't have to take my recommendation. You know, it's your show. And no, it's your show. I want to respect your agency on this one, but this is what that's why I came to this show today. I wanted to push this agenda. Okay.
Yes.
I want to be honest with you. My agenda is to push you in the direction of being more academic, more grounded, much more grassroots as opposed to top line kind of like political, you know?
Yes, absolutely. And the question is still within the purview of our discussion, because we're looking at African traditions, and even the whole concept of is that African tradition that was good for us and a strength, or was it something that was a weakness for us, or was it the way we practice it then versus now, and so on? So it is part of our tradition and culture. And I'll welcome Tunaja, and then we'll go ahead and read the comments. Welcome, Tunaja, and thank you for coming on in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so the topic, is it about tribes, whether it's a good or bad thing?
No, you just came in at that moment, but we were talking about African traditions and principles and the meaning, what we need to go back to, what we need to let go, what we need to re-examine. So, yes.
Yeah. I guess from my point of view, the traditions that we had before now have served us. It hasn't served us completely woefully because we are still around. Obviously, there are others that need to be modified and updated, and you know, some might actually need to be swept aside completely. I think that the way to go about these things is not to see the old ways as like a negative thing. We have to see what was there that was working very well for us, and update it based on you know, evidence. We can't just sweep it aside and say, okay, let's copy stuff from other people, because if we do that, there's a risk that whatever we take on might not be suitable for us, and we'll be poorer for it if we just get rid of something that might actually serve us well. If you ask me, I think the Japanese model is not a bad one. The Japanese, what they did was they tried to marry the old with the new, and they live in some of the most advanced countries in the world, and they still have their traditional ways almost infused into it at the same time. So that's something maybe we can learn from and do it maybe better. Everything everybody else has done, there's no reason why we cannot do it better. Like I've said this before, even the way we govern ourselves, we can do it better. Same with tradition. We just have to enhance what we've got there before and not remove the good things.
My only difference with the Japanese is they are mostly of the same, you know, tradition. They're homogeneous. But in Africa, our problem is we have so many different, diverse, you know, tribes, religions, and so on. So ours is more of how do you unify all these different people into one. For them, I think it's easier with them, but firstly, they're an island, so they don't have a lot of, you know, foreign interference. They have pretty much closed borders and so on. But we're, you know, sort of dealing with all of that hectic situation while trying to manage the inside and the outside. So I think we can, it would be difficult, like someone said, to tell somebody to let go of, you know, their tribal affiliation and so on, even for the sake of the country, even for the sake of the continent. So how do we, you know, manage this tribal loyalty with the bigger picture?
I think to me, like I want to jump in quickly. To me, one thing that we need to think about is like, what is the benefit of, you know, coming together? What is the material and immaterial benefit? Tangible, intangible benefit. They are there. And we articulate, and many of our great leaders have done a good job of articulating them. And sometimes they get cut short. like Thomas Sankara, did an incredible job bringing Burkina Faso's diverse community, making them almost look like a new country. I mean, it was incredible in the short time that he managed to do that. Kwame Nkrumah did also an incredible job in Ghana, really blending in a lot of these blurry lines, and then distinct tribes exist in Ghana. My experience growing up in Ghana, they were distinct tribes from Ewe to Ashanti, but as Ghanaians, it wasn't bothersome. They found a way to be Ashanti and Ghanaian, and they found the kind of formula for it. I think, to me, there's people need to understand there's benefit. There's benefit in coming together, and there's benefit in being unique. And so the benefit of being a tribe means that you are a place of store of history, experiences, a way of doing things that could be valuable for other tribes. That's the benefit to it. That could be shared. That can be shared across, the spectrum of communities and societies that are shared. My farm in London, I farm delicious and coffee, and then the next neighbor is great at fixing my farm equipment. It's simple mechanical stuff like that tend to go a long way in making people feel like, I want to preserve this, I want to protect this, I want to stand up for this. And then the other thing that we need to do is we need to extricate the issue of the discussion of tribalism and tribal issues, or traditional issues, traditionalism, and how to bring African tradition from politics. Extricate politics out of it. But politics, by its nature, is day trading.
That's a perfect point you made there. Extricate tribalism from politics. Excellent.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah. So it needs to be extricated. It needs to be so, because politics. It is in its nature. It doesn't see anything past today or the next hour. That's why it needs Twitter and all these social media tools, instruments, because it can't polling, all of that thing. Those are like what is the temperature? What is the temperature now? That's all what politicians and so once in a while we get great leaders out of politicians. Okay, out of politics we get great leaders who are insightful and have wisdom that transcend, the limitation of politics. When we get those, we should just protect them, hold them with, shield them from any kind of potential danger and attack, because they can easily, they can miscalculate politically one day and then they could just lose it all. But otherwise, I would say, one is what are we getting? What are we getting out of it? Needs to be really detailed out, and we need to understand we're getting a lot of things out of it. We get a lot. I mean, I have had the most widest experience in different tribes and across Africa and across the world. And I have benefited more than anybody else. I have not lost anything. Absolutely. My essential characteristics as an Ethiopian is still there, but I'm no longer an Ethiopian. I'm an African now.
And I think that's what a lot of people are afraid to lose, is because if they sort of embrace the larger picture, that means that you're denying who you are. And I think your example is a good one. You don't become less of who you are, you actually become more. Let me take a second to read the comments here. Where did you go? Okay. Sam says tribalism is natural. It's a defense mechanism. It's a survival tool, he says. Yeneta was laughing at something else I said. And Sam also said Ethiopia and Japan were fairly in the same position technologically 100 years ago. What traditions kept us from rapid development? What traditions drove them? And Yenatan says, this is not a friendly game before the game day, Ezra. Marie Antoinette, thank you. Coffee for everyone. Robusta, hopefully. And Yenatan agrees with Mondatezi, fake news. Rastology. Johnny Johnson, hello, says that Rastology, Rastafari, Ethiopianism being murdered in Japan. Okay. being murdered in Japan and throughout the world due to agrarian land reform like crowdsourcing. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe he can explain it further. Aboyak says Japan is an island state with a homogeneous society. I think I also mentioned that. Johnny Johnson says British, France, Spain, Portugal, Berlin Conference signed land agrarian reforms in Portugal with African people, slave labor. Now their treaties are expiration. Aboyak said island. Oh, I think it's still, some says is island and homogeneous tradition. Society is not really a tradition though. For example, they have a tradition where they kill themselves if they embarrass their family. Yes, I know that they honor tradition. And that kind of illustrates how careful they are with their dealings, whether it be social or technological. This is just an example. I don't have an answer. I'm also inquiring. Yes, we all are, Sam, we all are. I also think Japan had the space to do what they did because they were forced to demilitarize after World War II. I thought maybe unification is not the way. Perhaps unification is a byproduct of some other precursor, for example, economy. I argue that regionalism must come first. Maybe instead of thinking of unification, we should think of mobilization. Wow, Sam has really thought a lot about this. He should run for president of something. A radical tribalist will always be a radical tribalist, but people that believe in one Africa exist. So we should probably think finding them and mobilizing instead of converting tribalists. Yes. You know, the population of Japan was about 50 to 60, 100 years, 60 million 100 years ago against Ethiopia, 10 to 15 million. Perhaps it's an idea to cultivate more rice or something else that is easier to produce. When we can mobilize and show change, the tribalists might change. If they don't, well, we will be so powerful, we can squash them. Some of those might also be young people. So we do have to still speak about the people who feel the way they are. I think it's the best thing would be to reassure them that they're not losing their tribes. They're actually gaining, you know, the tangible benefits from being with other tribes. So, yeah. Does anybody have a comment to say about what Sam wrote?
I think that the way to handle some of these things is if you want to contain tribes, because I believe that tribes offers texture and color to societies, and it makes societies a bit more vibrant. So if you want to contain them, you contain the toxic aspect of it. And I think that's where many African countries fall short in terms of creating strong hate laws. And, you know, one thing I observed in Nigeria, they tried to pass a hate speech law about 2 years ago. The government tried to do it and they were shouted down as usual. Nigerians, like Nigerians want to reserve the right to threaten the life of the president.
Wow. Okay.
So they would rather threaten the life of the president on TV. That's the one they prefer to have the right to do. So so they refused. And this is the problem. I think if we have those hate speech laws, then it will defang some of the nasty aspects of tribalism. Because the one they wanted to put in Nigeria was, they said something about if you incite people and somebody dies, you pay dearly for it. And that one was very, very clear cut. And if you discriminate against people again in terms of tribes and stuff like that, you say things to incite people against other groups, you answer for it. So it's your basic hate speech law that they have all over the world. But many of our countries don't have it. You'll be surprised to know. And it's funny, isn't it? We run our countries without physical security, and even our laws don't enforce unity. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Does that same law apply to politicians? Because I find most of the time this sort of, you know, tribalistic antagonism is usually at politics levels.
Yes.
Most people going about their day-to-day business don't seem to really. Do you think that's different?
Yes, yes. I think the problem is the elite. The elite. I mean, Tunija pointed exactly the finger at the right place. It is like there are people who benefit from tribalistic antagonization, and the ordinary person, the ordinary African, the ordinary human doesn't benefit from it. Doesn't see a rise in their welfare and their well-being as a result of tribalism. So obviously there's one who benefits, and then who shouted the hate, the anti-hate law in Nigeria down? It's the elite. The elites are the problem in Africa. The elites. When I say the elites, I'm talking about myself included in that. Us here, we are the ones who have the ability to articulate a vision. We don't articulate a vision, we articulate division.
You see, the thing is that when the elites do these things, when they balk at it, the populace don't see the value in it. You see, that's the problem with the calculation, because let's say somebody now, I was in the house of legislative house in Nigeria. I say I want to pass this law. What will happen is that the elites will balk against it, but the people don't care about it. If anything, they might even be more skeptical. They'll be like, who cares? You are saying that so that we'll not be able to insult you, all these Yoruba people, because they too have been conditioned to think in a tribal way too. Or they'll say you want to use it to limit their rights on social media and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff they brought out. They say, oh, because of that, I won't be allowed to say something against any Yoruba man. I won't be able to criticize anybody. So those are all things, they use that to have the people back them in pushing against the law.
You can change that. You can change that. You can change the trajectory of the populace by changing the trajectory of the elite. If the elites can come to the realization there is a much more benefit, political benefit, power benefit, in a much more. Yeah, sorry.
Also, how did we handle this traditionally? Because the tribes have always been here, even before all of this. So how did we in the past resolve this tribal conflicts between ourselves as tribes?
I can give you the gates of Ethiopia. They intermarried. The elites intermarried. They the king of this.
That's a good solution.
They saw that as a solution at the time. I don't think it's a solution now, but there was a lot of mixing happened. So I know in the history of Ethiopia, there's a lot of, in the ruling class, there's a lot of mixing that happened.
Okay, that's one way. So in terms of modern ways of solving it, how can we start to move towards?
We have to challenge our leaders to elevate from division to vision. We have to challenge them to think, hey, what is your vision? Where do you see 10 years, 50 years down the line? Where do you see your tribe? Where do you see your community? Where do you see your country? Where do you see your continent? And be not dreams. I'm talking about vision that can be discernible, touchable, and in some form of tangible or intangible form, easily articulable. That it needs to be that kind of articulation it doesn't exist, and I think we could demand that a little bit more now. I think this platform can give the language for that. So if somebody is a leader out there who's seeking language for to go past this, we can be the one discussing it as at least with our power. We are the elite with our power. So our power is the media. So we use the media to say, you know what, there's a better articulation here. The topic of Ubuntu, raising that up and talking about it, I think can go a long way in helping.
So let me ask, does Kenya and Ethiopia, do they have any hate speech law?
Ethiopia has laws on, say, press law, where as a press you could be liable for suits if you use your platform to promote hate. And I know Rwanda has some kind of law on that as well. But so yeah,
Ethiopia doesn't. And
Ethiopia has some law, but not specifically hate law, but laws focused on press, on the media.
And so then none of them do. You see, this is part of the problem that you see on the continent. They don't seem to be running their countries to enforce cohesion, having people stick together. And it's almost as if you have people that are already poor. Instead of it, when you have people that are already poor and frustrated, the last thing you need is to not to have a law that enforces some form of hate speech, because the people will be frustrated. They will be able to be saying all kinds of things, and it's going to divide them, and it's going to lead to a combustible environment constantly. And then you top it up with insecurity. You wonder why our continent is how it is. European countries, as crazy as they seem, these people pass laws after laws to make sure they pass a law on top of the hate speech law. They will put LGBTQ on top of it and put all kinds of stuff on top of it to make sure it catches all kinds of craziness.
Yes.
Because they don't want instability. And we should have been learning this lesson a long time ago, and we are even more diverse. For a people so diverse, and we don't have rules to enforce cohesion, and then we don't have security on top of it, now you begin to see why Africa is so unstable and so many you keep having problems all over the place. These are the reasons why. It's not necessarily that you have to go socialism or have to force people together. The way to do it is to go after the critical aspects that are leading to division. Because tribalism itself is not the problem. People can, no, tribalism is the problem. I mean, tribes are not the problem.
Yes.
What kind of talk is that? It's like Nazism is Nazis are not the problem. No. The tribes are not the problem. It's the tribalism that's where the problem is. So that the toxic one, especially, that's the one we should go after, and ensure that we don't incite hatred and enmity between the groups in the country. And you do that, coupled with security, coupled with promoting some of the innovation and positive traditional values, and updating them for the modern era. I believe things will quickly stabilize on the continent. And our leaders, maybe what they are playing at now is to do it continent-wide slowly with all these free trade agreements. All this, I suspect maybe they feel like if they try to do it nationally, it's not going to work, because you're going to need 54 leaders to agree all in one go to carry out the same policy. So they try to go through the center. So by default, when you do it from the center, it filters down the chain automatically. So I suspect maybe that's what they are doing. I believe not the free trade one, the common passport one will be highly significant if it comes online. Because if people start carrying common passport, that's a big change. It's a massive change that I'm not even sure how many areas of the world have seen anything like that. And European Union tried that, and the British have gone back to their old passport. But if we have it on the continent, we'll be traveling all over the place, going on holidays, trading. Because when people move around, it sounds simple, but they have ideas. They see things that work in other countries, they take it back to their country. They see business opportunities that they can exploit. So it stimulates growth automatically. So I really think that when we start, our leader starts, getting results continentally, that would be a good thing. They have gotten results, but it's not filtering down to anybody. I don't think anybody will argue that it's because of the African Union they got a job last week in Kenya or in Nigeria. Everybody understands that it's their nations that they are relying on right now. But when the benefits of the continental agreement starts kicking in, I don't even know how we are going to recognize it, to be frank. I guess you can say maybe ShopRite being in Nigeria and all these multinational companies in Africa moving around is a form of intercontinental trade already, of exchange. So that just needs to increase.
Yes, absolutely. And when we're talking about traditions, and the first thing we start with is values. What do we value? What do we value as important? And traditionally, we valued human life. We valued not just ourselves, but each other. And I think that is what led to peace between tribes, because even if somebody was from a different tribe, he was still a person, a human being. So we were very reluctant to spill blood and to go to war for frivolous reasons. We still fought each other, over land and property and things like that. Those are good reasons to fight, but it wasn't just to go and conquer somebody else. Well, eventually we did. But we did have a reluctance to just going to war, but when it came to now facing other very warlike people, we sort of turned that into ourselves and we started fighting amongst each other instead of as a group. And I think there's two ways of either dealing with some of those toxic aspects of loyalty is you say the punishment aspect of it, which is enforcing the hate crimes. That would be one reason, but I think that aspect of it should be concentrated on the politicians, because by and large, they are the ones who benefit, you know, greatly from being tribalistic and from they base politics on tribes, and that benefits them. If we were to focus politics on something else, if we were to let's say base it on economics and say how much is everybody in the country earning as a group, not despite your tribe, despite where you come from, how much is everybody as a group earning, and why are there some people who are not earning enough? So we have to have our focus become on everybody as a person. Every citizen in the country should have a minimum level of health, of security, of economics, and then now we can speak of us as a nation. So I think if we take away the focus from, oh, this tribe has this much and this one, if we take it as a group, that if somebody in the tribe is facing adversity, then the whole country is responsible for that. And then on the other, Maria Antoinette says, politician makes very good use of tribalistic antagonism. Yes, that's true. It serves their interest. It is a glue that maintains their power. That's true. Sam says war. In Ethiopia, that was indeed the case. And he says, we're going to need something a bit more aggressive than a prime minister telling us his 10-year dream. Abichu, I don't know who that is, told us his 20-year dream already. And Queen M says, Africa needs its own policy and procedures instead of using what has been given to us. I agree. We have to look at what worked for us, but also I think we have to also incorporate the modern reality as it is. We used to be, you know, regions and tribes and so on governed by elders. We can incorporate that within the nation state. That's what I think. In terms of the positive aspect, the tangible aspect, if you're going to have to make people think a certain way, yes, indeed, you have to give them tangible benefits for that. And I think the tangible benefits, instead of seeing each other as, you know, fighting for the same crumb, we should fight to build a bigger pie. So we should look at, you know, if people in our community are benefiting, everybody is benefiting. If we are all being uplifted, it's all the whole country being uplifted as a community. So maybe those would be the tangible. And also just economic trading. If this one tribe could trade with this other tribe and get something, there's always something that one people have that somebody else wants or likes. Not needs, but maybe likes. Because for us also, we have been given this mentality that it's self-sufficiency, but it's also limiting in a way that for me, when I was in Africa, I didn't really feel the need to explore other African countries, because to me, what did other countries have that we didn't have? You know, what could they possibly have that we didn't already have here? So also that mentality should be, you know, curtailed. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's not a bad thing to have everything you need in your country and you don't have any need to move. I guess the advantage of moving around is you experience other cultures and you know it makes you more aware.
Sorry.
Go if you wanted to say something, you can go ahead.
No, I have to I had to bounce off, and
Okay.
I wanted to say goodbye to Tan Zan and congratulations on your start again. And
thank you.
I'm gonna keep
Thank you for
trying
being
my
here.
best to be as there for you as possible, as much as possible. Guys, join me tomorrow for more, even more exhilarating discussions on education tomorrow.
Yes,
That'll be
absolutely.
covering the education tomorrow.
Yes.
And yeah, this is exciting. This is incredible. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to discuss this issue, Tan Zan. And there's a lot of layers to uncover. And
Yes.
I think, you know, like so many things to look at. And I think hopefully some expert will come in and, you know, if you can get Minister of Education, Nathaniel, to come and even give us even
Yes.
some educational element to it about
Yes.
this topic. It'll be interesting. And I think I appreciate that. And then everybody here was coming to give comment and suggestions and give us an idea on how to make sense of traditions African traditions. I appreciate you. So thank you so much. And I have to bounce off, unfortunately, but I hope I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay.
Yes, indeed. And
Yeah.
thank you so much for being here and for your support. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Bye.
Thank you.
Right. So about African values per se, I think that's something that we as a people may need to redefine. I think most of our values have been subject to time lapse, which means that we've not had the chance to review many of them, even because most of these things we have been going through has meant that we were just in survival mode instead of, you know, having time to review some of our values and philosophies and beliefs even on our own, at our own this thing, how do I put it, on our own terms, because so far it's always been because of the last 400 years, it's been because of the intervention from the Europeans. So we have to come up with our own beliefs and our own philosophies and our outlook on in the world, because there's no reason why we too cannot have an agenda for the world. And I think Africa, if any group in this world has any chance of becoming a superpower that can actually, you know, rival what America has got, it's in Africa. There, Africans have that potential because we are diverse, and we are the genetic base of humanity itself, the base where humanity was born, the largest continent. That's not the largest continent, but very, very large continent, and has a lot of resources on it, you know, so it has a lot of culture. So we do have a lot to offer to the world. And I guess if you ask me, I'll say we have to offer life. We always have to differ on the side of life. I think what is happening now in the world is that a lot of people are differing only on the side of power, in terms of power resulting in deaths. And they do every day because they see the world as a zero-sum game, where if I win, the other loses. If the other win, I lose. But I don't think that's where the world is going anymore, because of our ability to destroy ourselves. So
we're good at that.
Your line is breaking up. Ooh.
No, I said we're good at that. We're good at destroying ourselves as humans.
Yeah, let's hope let's hope we don't make it this time. I don't want to be around when we do that. So let's make we don't succeed this time. So we need to get to a point where we start looking at the world as, you know, we are all human beings in the end, and we should all be able to prosper together. There's no reason why we cannot do that together. Just as you see, because the examples are already there. Even tribes were not once tribes. There was a time when there were a bit of clans here and there, and one guy came, knocks everybody's head together, they had to work together, and suddenly they stuck to that one as their main unit when they saw a bigger unit. It's often like that with human beings. When they see a bigger unit, then they suddenly appreciate the smaller unit more. And if you go within tribes, you see that how they appreciate their little clans more. And if you go within the clans, they appreciate their family name more. Human beings are weird like that. So when we get to the highest level in the world, that's in terms of intercontinental relations, I think that we have to start looking at it from the point of life, so that if we go into the world now with a vision of competition and defeating everybody, and, you know, the last man standing basically on the cinders, it's not going to make any progress for us. So we have to look at it from the point of view of siding with life, but with power. Because if you want to preserve life in this world, there are crazy people that don't care. And I believe that you are more likely to win the agreement if you are on the side of life, and you are on the side of cooperation with people. The sides that always want to dominate and always want to, you know, have everything their own way, they will lose. They never always win. They're always the loudest ones, but they always lose when it comes down to it. And I think that's where the African future should lie, because it's basically our title. You know, it's our title. We're one of the first creations of human beings on earth, and we should act it. We should act like the eldest ones that focuses on preserving life. If I want to create a military, the kind of military I want to create is not the one that is there to destroy human beings. It's there to preserve life. I thought that was the original purpose of military, to preserve life against other tribes. That's what it meant.
Say the truth, when you say that, I cannot even imagine such a military. To me, when I imagine the armed forces, I imagine them for one purpose.
It is pillaging, the Viking way. Pillaging and all the garbage that people like to do. I think the very essence of military started from saving lives. Okay, fair. I think, okay, if we put it down to it, it's just young men forming gangs and killing people. I think that's where it started from. Then some of them thought, you know what, it would be nice to have the women, you know, protected a little bit, so that I can protect my children, you know, as the gang leader.
I will give it a more benevolent origin. I will say that the original men who came together, it was more for hunting. It was more for the hunting of wild animals. So, you know, that's where the weapons came from. And then as maybe one group became more dominant, they realized they could use the weapons on each other, and maybe that's where it went from there.
I think that's a very interesting point, actually, about hunting. I think that's an interesting point about hunting. Yeah, hunting is one of the ways you start doing a lot of killing. And then the grounds you are hunting, carrying out your hunting, may be part of some other group's territory. Then suddenly you clash, and suddenly you have a problem with, you know, then you start thinking, okay, they killed us yesterday, so what do we do to kill them tomorrow? And then the other people, they killed my friend, we need to gang up and go and kill their own. So I guess that's where most of all this militaristic stuff started. Yeah, and if you look at it, at the heart of it is to preserve their own life. And so there is an element of preserving life about it.
Yes.
So
I agree with the hunting, and also that also might explain why there was much less conflict in Africa than in other places, because firstly, there was a lot more animals to be hunted, and then eventually people got to, you know, domesticating them. And also there was a lot more land. You see, if you're in Africa and you get into it with a hostile tribe, you can always do what? Move away. And Africans have always been moving up and down the continent, and there was more than enough land. And also there were people who were just moved from place to place. The Maasai, you know, the monomas, they had people who just moved from, there was no, you know, place that you had to be and you're boxed in. So I think also it becomes worse when you're stuck in either a small place or in a very limited border. So, you know, in Europe and other places, the arable land is very limited and it's sometimes covered in snow. In Arabia, they have the deserts and so on. In Americas, they have tornadoes, cyclones, earthquakes, all these natural disasters that getting a piece of land, you literally have to fight for it. And expanding means, you know, expanding into someone else's territory. So one of the things that also saved us from a lot of conflict was this ability to just move. There was so much vast land, and yeah,
that sounds true. Yeah, because obviously Africa is very big, and if you look at the southern African regions, it didn't seem like it was highly populated those days anyway. It's interesting because when you think about it, the Europeans, because of their harsh the condition that they have to live in, they have to be very highly competitive and want to, you know, get one over the other. But in the context of Africa, you know, moving forward into the future, we have to look at it from the point of view of preservation of life. And in my mind, I feel like in the ultimate, this is civilized military, is the military that its main mandate is to preserve life, defense of this thing, human beings, which is their first instinct, which is their first job, but it's just that this time it's not against other human beings. It's against other elements that want to do away with us. Clearly, the world has a plan to kill us. So we have to we have to have a plan. if people don't think that the world has a plan to kill us, the dinosaurs, they made a mistake, man. They made a little bit of a mistake. They were just chilling out, eating grass and all the rest of it. Where are they now? Eh? So we have to try to thwart nature as much as possible, because that's what we do. We've been making, flying and cars and all the rest of it, internet, YouTube. We do all those things to defy nature. And the next phase is to move it to a point whereby any form of military should be in defense of humanity itself from all the vices in the world, including possible contact with some weird creatures, aliens, whatever you want to call them. And then we start our own intergalactic tribalism. It's only fair. We make it.
Oh, wow. I wonder how many human civilizations have been here before and just self-destructed into tiny little smaller ants.
Exactly. Intergalactic tribalism. We start another one there. And then when the only stuff that monitors human beings, you can have the police, they can do that job, and the technology take over that aspect. I can see a world where that can happen, even with most of the powers in the world today. The only power I worry most about today is the Anglo-Saxon. I like to call them Anglo-Saxon, but they hate that description. The Anglo-Saxon arm of the world. They are the ones I worry most about, because they have gained most from conflict, and they are the most powerful in the world. And if they are the most powerful in the world, why would they give up that power and share it with others? They don't have any reason to do that. You go and sing Kumbaya to them and say, because it's for the betterment of humanity. They're not going to buy that garbage. They are not going to buy it. That's the problem. Why do you think the US has not signed up to International Criminal Court? Why do you think they don't follow most of the rules that they claim that they like to uphold? Because they don't want to give up their power. Because if they have to do that, now they too have to go around not breaking the law.
Do we want to get power? That's more important. Do we want to get power?
Of course we want to get power. If you ask every African, they will tell you that they want to get power. I can
not
tell you
just
that
personal power for themselves and their families. I'm talking about we as a group, as a people.
As a people, if you ask our people, do you want our people to have power in the world and be able to? Yes, they will. Like almost everybody will tell you yes. But the problem is, most people don't tie that to their own behavior, to their own outlook on life. They just will answer you that it will be nice to have, but the next minute they will be going on about tribalistic stuff and backing up the wrong tree all over the place. So that's the problem. You just go about doing all the wrong things. It's like saying, "Oh, I want to become a pilot." Suddenly, the next day you wake up in the morning, you take up a machete and go and start cutting grass as a laborer. How do both things marry each other? You have to go in the direction of piloting school, though. So I think that's the thing you see with our people. They have not been conditioned to tie their needs to their actions. Many European countries, it's unbelievable. Today, I heard one British soldier come online. These people, man, they are sharp here. They are, they don't say too much. All these Europeans, they don't talk too much, but they are sharp. Yeah. He came online, and because the British Prime Minister was given a ticket for breaking the lockdown rules, this guy was furious. He was furious. It's a former soldier, and he was in tears. He was furious. He said, we go and defend this country with our lives, and I even have a family member that lost their life. I'm suffering from PTSD and all the rest, and these leaders just go and make our decisions and stupid decisions, and they don't take it seriously. These people don't joke around. Europeans, when they hold their leaders, they hold their leaders accountable like crazy. And if that leader steps out of line too much, if these people go on the streets, you should be scared. Europeans, if they get crossed, you really should be worried, because the way they behave is that they don't talk too much. But like the further north you go, the less they talk. And that is scary, actually. I think Africans really need to be aware of that. This is something that Africans need to understand. Europeans are so different that we talk more than them, that literally more. Just like how women can talk more than men, we talk more than Europeans. Like even Southern Europeans talk more than Northern Europeans. A Northern European will be like, will be quiet, but in their head, it's racing, and you won't know. They could be thinking, I will kill this guy right now, and you will have a clue. You will have a clue. You will just be standing there, and that makes them very dangerous. It's almost like an evolutionary advantage, because you can't read them. If you're not careful, if you don't know how to read them, you won't be able to read them. And if you don't know how to talk to them, you won't be able to talk to them. And you can see now how our forefathers missed the signs. Because if you are talking to them, they will just be quiet. You assume being quiet is agreeing with you. Being quiet meaning they are not laughing at you. You don't have a clue. They'll just tell you what you want to hear. That is,
wow.
Yeah, that is just an evolutionary thing that occurred, I think, because of the code. Because you can't exactly be blabbing all over the place and letting all the hot air out of your body. why you are in the freezing ice of the north? You know, it makes sense.
One thing I loved about being back home is just hearing people talk. Like you could just be in public transportation and you're just hearing people talk, and it's just the most amazing and amusing thing in the world. Let me take a moment to read out what Sam and Jonathan have been saying. They say the process of early civilization, they began to build walls and make weapons against other groups and not for hunting other animals. That might be true. Makes sense. Certain neighboring groups began to marry their leaders' daughters to other leaders' sons as a way of making peace and working together to protect them from other groups. Eventually, you get to large civilizations such as those in Mesopotamia, Indus and Ganges, Nile Basin, Yellow River, etc. Archaeology tells us. Jonathan says, yeah, I think farming first started in a place called Katal Hayuk in Mesopotamia. And yes, it was in Turkey, actually, so not Mesopotamia. And there are ways of defining culture and civilization, and we have, the marks in human history. I still think that the hardest thing for humans to do is to get along with each other. If somebody can manage that and show it, unfortunately, such examples will be quiet ones and will go largely unnoticed. Like Mondatezi, you have been quiet for a while. Are you still there, or you went for a walk? I think he went for a walk.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Yes. Have you thought about it, or have you thought about something else?
I've just come back. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I was right.
No. Okay, I had a point. I don't want to derive from the topic.
No, go ahead. It's an open one today. We're just beginning.
Oh, okay. Okay. Pastor, the brain has left, but I was going to say that you cannot, where there are tribes and there is politics, there'll always be tribal politics. You cannot separate that one. It'll just have to happen.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mondatezi. Jonathan just says you were taking a strategic nap.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's what I was saying. And I think Kenya has hate speech laws. If I'm not, I think there are laws that I think they're there, they're in place. Although these Lisa laws are very, very, very complicated because there is also freedom of speech. So I've seen the people who the body. We even have a body. Is it NCI? national council, something about there is actually a body in the government. It's sort of in government. It's an independent body that that its mandate is just to prosecute hate speech. Yeah, but I forgot the name. It's NC. They usually have tussle. They always tussle with politicians. They always.
At least they're going after the politicians. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but they don't, I've never seen them actually prosecute. They always just summon. Maybe if a politician says something, the worst that happens is maybe they get summoned. And then they have, I don't know, it's always a tussle. Because, there's also that freedom of speech. So it's a very...
Do you know when it was passed?
Yeah, 2010. It's
that's interesting, isn't it? I think it was not just after the issues Kenya had during an election period.
Yeah, it came with that. Yeah, it came with after the election, the violence. Yeah, it came with the new constitution.
That's interesting.
After that violence, there was a new constitution, so it came with a new constitution that hate speech is actually prosecuted in Kenya, complete with the body. I think it's NCIS or something, National Speech. It's a council. In fact, the head of it is a pastor. So
yeah, that's very important. It's very important. You see, it helps keep leaders in check, because leaders are the biggest problem in terms of hate speech and tribalism. So it keeps them in check so that they don't go out of line, get out of line. And then that's a good thing, actually. I really respect that.
Yeah.
In Nigeria, they just shouted our president down. Don't dare it. It's crazy. You can't believe. I can understand when some Nigerians are anti-gay or anti-LGBT, anti-hate. It's like, what? Who is anti-hate speech?
What kind of argument do you even sit down to make against that one?
Nigerians they just hate anything that wants to tell them what to do. Anything that just denotes power.
Do you already have freedom of speech? Do you have that in Nigeria?
Technically, we do. There's no law that says we have freedom of speech like the American something amendment, whatever.
But there's some kind of protection, right?
Pardon? Protection of speech? Yeah, to an extent, but it's not a law that anybody quotes. Nigerians just assume they have freedom of speech. They just assume that they are free to say whatever they like. That's the problem. There's no law anybody has ever quoted really that like, oh, this is our very big law that we have to be using all the time. Like Americans argue over certain amendments. We don't have that in Nigeria. Everybody just blabbers all over the place. And then when you tell them, you know what? This hate thing that, tribalism is not good. Let's put a law against it. No. Everybody went against the government and the government just backed off. It's crazy. And when you tell Nigeria, they say Nigerian government are dictators. And even today, in Nigeria was telling me, you are telling me these people, they will not listen. Or like, the government are afraid of you. Nigerian government are afraid of the people. Anytime the government wants to do anything, Nigerian government shut them down, they go back. Any government, they back off. It's crazy. That country is hard to go. It's very hard to govern that country. It's very rare you see a Nigerian president after 8 years they're asking for more. After 8 years they are looking for a way to escape. Like before 8 years, like Buhari now, he can't wait to measure his cuttings, so he gets into retirement in Nigeria. And Nigeria is one of the few countries you see that I don't see. Most presidents in many countries want to stay longer. Even Trump wanted to stay longer. Nigerian president, no, they want to go.
Maybe they should try that Gada system they were talking about earlier.
Which one?
We had Professor E and Josie talking about the Ethiopian. It's a Gada system, and coincidentally, the leadership is for 8 years. They have a sort of rotating, if I understand, I can't say I understand it correctly from what I got. It's a rotating system, and there are rules for all kinds of interactions with people, including politics. So it sounded like very fair and balanced and gave everybody, a chance, at leadership. And 8 years is a long time for somebody to be in power and do something. But anyway, they'll explain it further. I can't take I can't pretend to explain it when I just learned
That's
about
interesting. Is that Ethiopia you're talking about?
Yes, Ethiopia.
A kind of rotational presidency.
Yes, but it sounds much better than the Nigerian one you're talking about, because that one sounds very chaotic.
How does it sound chaotic? Okay, what is this one you're talking about? What are the elements in it that makes it less chaotic?
Because there are rules everybody agrees on, they have been established. There doesn't seem to be any infighting, and everybody adheres to the rules, and people don't fight or try to overthrow, the current person.
What are you talking about? Is it Ethiopia you're talking about, or you're talking about Mugabe's Zimbabwe? Ethiopia was just in a civil war. What are you talking about?
Well, the system, it was a traditional system, I believe, not the current system. It was a traditional system that they had between the tribes.
That was an old one, you mean?
Yes, a traditional, an old one, when we're talking about the African tradition.
What happened to it then?
If I understand correctly, it's still sort of going on informally in a parallel way, but I can't speak on it very properly. They'll have to explain it for themselves. I'll admit my ignorance there. Yeah, it was very interesting to me. I'll look into it more, and we can have a more thorough interrogation.
I say better a bird in hand than two in the bush. I say Nigeria is the one that is operating right now. We are the one rolling it on this thing. So at least we are trying. If Nigeria didn't have that, goodness gracious, Nigeria would have imploded. The people are crazy. And you have to rotate power. I think that is going to suit Africans to an extent, as a transitional phase, maybe for the next 40 years or so, so that people get used to, getting used to other groups running the country. Nigeria is made up of Hausas as a majority group, really. If there was a general election that is without rotational system, Hausas will be winning the election hands down every time. And that will be the end of the story. But because of it now, the next president is not even probably, is going to come from the south. And it's a gentlemanly agreement. It's not even written into the constitution. It's a gentlemanly agreement that they've all agreed to do. And even in the, that's another aspect you don't understand that I didn't state before. Let me highlight that now. In the appointment of the president, has to appoint it based on what they describe as national character. So it has to involve people from all the states, essentially. You can't choose people from only certain states. You have to have ministers from all the states in the country.
Okay.
So they enforced it in other ways too. So it's not only the president itself, and even in the parties level, in the party level too, they enforce it so that if a president is from the north, the leader of the party will be from the south, and vice versa. So they switch it all over the place. Even the vice president will have to be from the south. They regulated it a little bit. They didn't just slap it together and say, well, good luck and let's see how it goes. Is what I mean.
So for you, you're also saying that there cannot be politics as long as there is tribes. What was Menatezi saying? As long as there's tribe, there's always going to be tribal politics. I was trying to say that we should be trying to transcend that kind of tribal politics, should we not?
True. I cannot say categorically that we have what we call tribal politics in Nigeria. We have tribalism sometimes when they do things behind the scenes. No leader will come and tell you don't vote for this person because it's from the north. Nobody does that in Nigeria. And so you don't necessarily get that open one, but sometimes you do hear some silly things, like a pastor, called the Igbo people cursed the other day. And that pastor is supporting one other presidential candidate from the Yoruba side. So that wasn't nice. So those are the kind of things you shouldn't be, some people, leaders shouldn't be doing. You see, if you had...
Was that considered hate speech?
Technically, that's a form of hate speech, if you think about it. You can't call a people cursed. You see, that's the kind of stuff Nigerians want the right to be able to say, and which is rude. You can't just blanketing it on the whole people like that.
No, you can't, and that's very unprofessional. and diplomatic.
And he's a pastor. a pastor is the one saying this. Like he's a kind of Abraham passing course all over the place. This is kind of irresponsibility that Nigerians display sometimes. And even the former president of Obasanjo said some things that he shouldn't have said. Like in the South where they have all the oil coming out of this, and then he was in the midst of delegates from the South, and because one of the officials stood up and said, was saying it very politely, like, since most of the resources from oil comes from the South, maybe you should, the moment he said most of the oil resources come from the South, Obasanjo got up angry, or more like agitated, and say, you who have started talking again. Why are you talking about as if it belongs to you? It belongs to the whole country. This is it. It's like, what kind of attitude is that? Is the oil not in the South? He understands that it's part of the country. He was just highlighting that because the oil is from the South, maybe so and so we should do. He hasn't even said that part, and he just shut him down. Those type of things, you can't do that in a country where you want people to get along. And Obasanjo is one of those leaders that really, really believes in one Nigeria. And you believe in something so much, you don't even know when you are doing something against it. So the moment anybody says anything like, this thing belongs to us, he goes crazy. It's like, no, it belongs to the whole country. It doesn't belong only to you. But it's in the South. They are the ones reaping the oil pollution. They are the ones you are making all the oil money from. So you can't just expect them to say, this oil that is in my backyard belongs to the country, or that's not how they would describe it. They would describe it that you are getting it from them, so you need to recognize that and do so and so for them. But Abayo didn't like to hear that. So those are the kind of attitude, maybe some of these laws that tampers our behavior so that everybody has a fair share. I believe it's a serious issue that we in Africa really need to take seriously, because it's a security threat too. If people feel marginalized in a country, then they will be willing to sell that country out. You see that, and that's how our forefathers lost our lands, really, because one side feel marginalized, so they ganged up with the Europeans against the other tribe, and then they ganged up again against the other tribe. By the time they finished the other tribe, the Europeans took them out too.
And so that's why tribalism, and not even just tribalism in terms of feeling superior to another tribe, because I'm sure there was no superiority in that. They just felt that they were looking out for their own. So sometimes unification is not just, it's about seeing the other person as more of your brother than somebody else. There has to be a hierarchy. If we can consider ourselves family, and you can consider your family closer, your clan closer, your tribe closer, your nation closer, you should also think that somebody from another tribe is closer than you, than somebody who comes from outside. And somebody was talking about Indonesia and Japan and all these African, and we tend to compare ourselves with all these countries who are at the same level as us economically 50 years ago, blatantly ignoring the glaring problem that the foreign policy of those countries were virtually very different from those in Africa. For example, when people talk about Singapore, yes, was at the level of, let's say, maybe Congo in the 1960s or 50s. But Singapore had a very beneficial relationship with Israel, not only with Israel, but also with America. Vietnam had a very beneficial, they had a war, and then they had a very beneficial relationship with America. And in fact, America helped bring a lot of Vietnamese, Indonesian, Filipino people.
I think, okay, let me say, there's a myth.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mundetezi. You've been so quiet, now you have me rambling.
There's a myth here that these Asian countries are doing better than African countries. Go and see the GDP per capita of Vietnam, bro. It is not going to be a stranger in Africa. We are really just there, the same, in the same league. It's not. I don't know why. I think there's just this perception. Maybe when it comes from is it African inferiority complex that we just
I think so. Maybe, I don't know, but I think it has, we compare ourselves always in a negative light when comparing ourselves with other people. So that's why it's also important to look at our traditions and say, what did we do right? And for me, the greatest thing that we did right is in being able to get along with each other. I don't know how to call that. Civilization is being able to build, great things, which we also did. But just the fact that all these people were able to live peacefully, and not just for a short time. If we have been fighting with each other, that's maybe for the last, I would call them maybe 2,000 years at best. But before that, you didn't hear of, grave massacres in Africa before. You didn't hear of stories of, whole villages being plundered and killed and all this stuff. And yet you have all these people just roaming about the continent. We saw all these migrations, and they were mostly very peaceful migrations. The one place people were just felt free to move all about the continent. People, if we were so at war, people would not be moving about so freely. They would be fighting to even get from one place to another. So we had this thing that we did do right. And even though we're in modern times, we have lost a lot of it. We still have to see how are the tribes getting along with, how are families being run so that everybody was protected. The first thing that we talked about was the value, the principle, and that value was the value for life, not just from the beginning to the end, so that the child was as valued as the old man, and every stage in between was honored. You are honored, when you are your rite of initiation, when you're passing into adulthood, when you're passing into marriage, you're passing into old age. Every stage of your life was honored, and even your death after your passing was honored. So we were people who valued life, and that is why we still survive up to this day amidst all the death around us. So this is why we go back to African traditions, not just to see what was right, but what can help us right now. Yeah.
I think we have to be careful of thinking that everything was, like a paradise those days.
No, not that at all. Not that at all. And I also said that we also have to look at what we didn't do and what we did wrong, and we have to re-examine those, and we take the good and leave what was unhelpful or not necessary or irrelevant right now, because we can't also still hold on. And that's why we also have to hold on, look at even the idea of tribes. Is that something good that we need to hold on, or is that something that is holding us back?
Oh yeah, tribe so far has been proven to hold us back because it's being used as a dividing factor, but so has religion.
Don't get into that right now.
I know. So nobody's saying we should get rid of that.
No,
too.
you can speak the truth about religion. I don't understand why you don't.
Okay.
So as religion, so as this thing, gender, all kinds of stuff causing problems on the continent. We've used that. What I find is that I think Tazy said something about Vietnam. I think Vietnam may not be, in terms of GDP per capita, may not be very high. As a matter of fact, the Chinese were also behind before. But one thing they have is that they have the Chinese umbrella there now. And if you look at that region, the moment that region, China became a nuclear power, India became a nuclear power, technically that secures that region from all kinds of craziness that used to happen before. And how the Americans went into Vietnam in that war because they feared that the Chinese, communists and all the rest was going to gain influence and all the rest. In the end, they didn't win the war. They left there, but it didn't make much of a difference because it's still very, very far from China. They did it with Korea. They still didn't make any headway towards China. They literally tried to attack India, and it took Russia to go there to stop them. These people, it tells you that, all these type of things is something we should learn from, that we may have to experience these things because these people don't let you go until you have to fend them off one way or the other. The fact that Russia had to come in between them, literally physically come between them and India, tells you what it might take for Africa to get free. Today, I was hearing as I saw in the newspaper in Nigeria, where they were saying that the Nigerian government were being told not to use the jet fighters that the Americans sold to us to fight the bandits because they are civilians. It's like, okay, then why did you sell it to us then? These people, you're calling them civilians, they're kidnapping hundreds of people, killing people left and right, hijacking trains, doing all kinds of stuff, and you're calling them civilians. I didn't think Osama bin Laden was a soldier. Was Osama bin Laden a commissioned military officer? I don't get it. And they tell us that we shouldn't do all those things because those people are civilians. You can't get involved. We can't use those planes. And what will Nigeria do? And you know, I was so furious when I heard that. I said, why are you bothering with those sort of weapons? Give them their weapons. If you need weapons, make your own weapons. Recruit enough of your own people to get rid of those people. I don't understand why nobody in Nigeria really thinks in that way. It's really, and I think the reason why they don't think, if you ask me, the reason why they don't think in that way is because they don't know. They simply don't understand that they have too low a number in military in Nigeria. And on top of that, they also have another instinct against anything with authority. Their experience of military has been relatively negative. They don't understand how military can liberate a nation and stuff. They don't have that kind of mentality of their military. Most of the time when they hear about an encounter with their military is a soldier beating a civilian like crazy. So if you tell them now to increase the military personnel numbers, they start thinking, why should we? Corruption, this, that. But at the heart of it is the fact that they don't value it. They don't see it as something important to their country. And they would rather buy, they keep talking about technology all the time. Let's buy more technology. We need more technology to defeat the terrorists. And I was telling them, America has the most advanced technology in the world. They still have more soldiers than you, by almost 1 to 10. How is that possible? Why would America need more soldiers if they have so much technology? Well, Nigerians, if you tell them that, they will still find another excuse to say, nah, it's not very relevant to us. We are different. We are different. Us is worse. We are being attacked inside our country.
But America sold I think there was a deal just the other day. There was a deal between America and Nigeria, or $1 billion worth of weapons. Something.
I don't even know. Did they do $1 billion? The last time they did a weapons business was to sell those Tucano aircraft, which I don't really appreciate much. It looks like a World War II aircraft, but what can I say? It is the Nigerian government that went and bought it. US is it $1 billion? Are you sure?
Yeah, it was $1 billion. It was $1 billion.
Okay. I want to type it to see what it's about. Approves $1 billion arms sales. Okay, 5 days ago, $1 billion arms sales despite human rights. Okay, that's not bad. $1 billion arms sales to Nigeria is not bad. That's a good thing. But I'm not even sure we should be relying on US arms. You see, Nigeria doesn't buy arms from China much. I think I remember they did buy tanks. They bought tanks from China, but they shouldn't be buying too much arms from. It's not arms we need. We need guns. Maybe armored vehicles. No, not like tanks.
Tinaja, what has been the response, or has anybody made a suggestion to just arm the populace? If the civilians are attacking civilians, which we assume those people are, then shouldn't you arm the civilians?
Oh yeah, many people have suggested that they should. As a matter of fact, some governors have gotten crossed and said they should do it. But the federal government keeps saying they shouldn't do that because it's going to lead to problems. And what I said about that was that the federal government should absorb some of all these groups into the military. Some groups are trying to defend their areas, but they are no match for these people doing these things. These people have gotten weapons from Libya or whatever else they are getting the weapons from. Some of them are even supplied with ammunition by an aircraft. This thing. So they are getting arms from all kinds of places, and they are using it to overwhelm even military positions. They attack them. The people that attack the military, not because they are going to kidnap people, they just attack them to kill them. So these are not just ordinary people at all. I don't know why you call them civilians. They are engaging the military. You know, even what they call them, Al-Qaeda doesn't even bother engaging the military. They just go and bomb civilians all over the place. These ones, they are engaging the military. This is not ordinary people. They are destabilizing the country deliberately. And you say we should be treating them with kid gloves. That's
why I'm saying that if the government cannot protect the civilians, the purpose of government is to protect the civilians. And if it cannot do that, then let the civilians protect themselves. That's, that seems to me. But I don't know the internal, all the internal politics of Nigeria. And this one, I don't know whether it's a tribal or just a regional or a civil conflict.
It's a regional thing. Let me try to explain something. I think the Nigerian government stops people from doing something very significant. They did try that in the southwest, the Yoruba areas, and they created this organization they call Amotekun. And the Nigerian government was against it at first, but the people resisted and said they are going to put it anyway. And that has helped calm things down in that region to an extent. But the northern part, they are not doing anything. They are just not doing, they are not organizing themselves in any way. And when people complain, they will say, it's not your people that are dying. What do you make? What can you make of that? Like, it's not your people that are dying. It's our people that are dying. How are you the one that is feeling it more? You see the kind of attitude that they have sometimes. So, and that is also part of tribalism. They're not looking at it like the other people are feeling uncomfortable. You know, the southern part of Nigeria, they are very innovative. They want to, you know, get going and, you know, 24 hours power supply, internet and all the rest of it. The northern part, they don't seem to care as much. They would rather have their margeries going and all the rest of the stuff going. And this is what people are concerned about, that the government is not doing what they need to do to end this
What
thing.
if you just give them their own lands and places and they can do as they wish, and then the rest of the people can also do as they wish?
How do you mean?
Have them have their own territories, where they, if they want to live by certain rules and so on, they can do that on their own. Is the conflict now that they are forced to live under different government?
Oh no, that's not the reason why they are doing it. You think terrorists, these people are doing it for that? They are just doing it to cause problems. They are kidnapping people for ransom. They are going to village, killing people as they see fit, and kidnapping young people, just causing chaos in the country. That's all you see. They will just time one moment now and disrupt an airport from operating, or they will capture people from trains or on road. They are just sowing chaos. Either it's some groups in Nigeria that are using it to destabilize the government so that they make the government look like they are weak, or there are external forces engineering these groups. In short, maybe all of them are working together to destabilize the country because they know if they keep the Nigeria off its feet, Nigeria, the people are not going to develop. It's a very, very insidious problem. And I think that the only way you can get rid of this our problem is to march people, soldiers in there, and take over the areas. We know where they are, according to the Nigerian government, they know where they are, but they don't want to act. And it's really strange. Something strange is really going on in the country. And it's the reason why a lot of Southerners are getting really, really frustrated that these people don't actually want to tackle the problem. They know what the problem is, but they're not confronting them.
And I think in summary, that's absolutely correct. I think that if something is allowed to go on for such a long time, then it's not something that's allowed to go on. It's something that is being done on purpose. You can only take an accident so far. It can't be an accident today, tomorrow, and 20 years from now. So I don't know what to say about that. I just say that sometimes we really do need to look at the brutal realities of who we are, and if we have to go back to how we were solving things, then maybe that's what we need to do. But also we have to look at who we are, because those people that are fighting, they also make the same claim to the country as the people who they are killing. So it's sort of a very difficult way to define who is. I know who is right. You know, there's nobody. Once you start to terrorizing innocent people, there's no way that somebody can look at you in a favorable light at all. You know, so then you have to look at who is letting this happen, and it seems like it's a collaboration between those who are, you call the terrorists, and if the government is also collaborating with them, then what do we call them? That's even worse, because the terrorists will do their job. Theirs is to cause terror, but the government is supposed to prevent that. So, you know, who has the bigger responsibility there?
They call them the fifth column now, isn't it? They refer to as the fifth column in the government.
Yeah, so it seems as if it's a double war against the civilian, you know, coming from both sides. But let me take a moment to read the boards, and then we're closing out soon. Yenatan says, we have had dictators or kings in Ethiopia so far, and we believe that has changed when Abiy served and try not to stay longer than he should. Okay, and some that says that made me really laugh, I'm not sure. So why is it so hard to stay on topic on SNN? I'm guilty of it, by the way. Hewi Telahun T says, I'm Ethiopian and I don't know anything. Oh, Kaizoria is here. Okay. He gave a chat of 100 Kenya shillings, which is about $1. Thank you to SNN. I have a question about Nigeria. Why has Nigeria not become the Dubai of Africa? It really is a genuine question. Jonathan asks, is it tribalism, corruption, or just the size of the population? I don't know if we have time for that, but we'll tackle it on another day. Says here he's off topic. Swahili Nation says, thank you, Kaizoria, for the super chat. It means a lot supporting us. Feel free to support us through super chat, super stickers, membership, and Patreon. Momo says, greetings. Some, our wealth and proximity to Europe and North America also plays a role. Nations like Indonesia attacked far away. Africa had all the ingredients that aroused colonizers. And Sam says, yes, let's talk about it. Religion and tribalism are the two main fill in the blank. Kalimba says, I just found Tunaja. I was looking for him on YouTube. Tunaja, you have a fan.
Looking for me on YouTube. That's funny.
Okay. Aboyak says it's also that many societies within the African continent are distant from the main trade routes. Sub-Saharan nations are either blocked by a desert wall to the north, Mediterranean, and the east part is mountainous where accessibility is not that direct. Okay. Yenatan says, Tan Zan, that's going rogue. If people start going that route, we're talking Mad Mal style anarchy. I think he's referring to, the civilians. Okay, well, that may be a bit extreme, but to me, it seems already extreme how things are right now. Like, what is somebody to do, literally? If something is at your door, what are you to do? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a call 999-911 over there, but, it seems to me it's worse than Mad Max over here right now. To the Red Sea, I meant. Shigao Marie says, thank you from Ethiopia. Hello from Ethiopia. To Ethiopia. Hayawi Telahunti says they are gangsters. Yes, they are. Okay.
There is a shade of this that Nigerians were complaining about, that they are allowing these things to go on because the Islamists will be gaining more and more power. So that if they gain more and more power in the end, because what Islamists want is they want to take over territories, isn't it? What if they want to take over? They take over the north and try to take over the south too, through that. And the southern Nigerians feel like that is a form of weird conspiracy whereby the north is allowing them to fester and get stronger, so that they come to the south too, and thereby you have a situation by a form of Islamic state will be taking over the south. And I don't buy subscribing to that, because that is a far-fetched conspiracy that doesn't bear this thing. Given that the people that are mostly being killed are northerners, that is not how Islamic State rules. And the whole thing is a bit of a mess, really. If you look at the way things are organized in the country, and to an extent in Africa too. If we really want to get things in order, these type of suspicions shouldn't be occurring in the first place. I guess your country is different. Your president talks to the people. I don't think Buhari has said anything in the last 2 weeks to Nigerians, and I don't know what. I think I'm glad he's going next year. At least the next president will be able to talk more to the people and tell people what is happening in the country, because most of the time, Nigerians are just pulling their hair out, and this guy doesn't say anything. I don't know how you can have a leader like that for such a long time. We'll see how it goes anyway. I just hope everything gets better, and my job is to try to advocate for, positive policies that are actually transformational. Because if, like this idea that I talked about, where government accounts are made public, that is a corruption killer. Nobody wants to be passing money to their friends when they know that the public is going to get an alert of the money that they have just transferred. That one, you don't even need to do anything. It's just one teenager will be monitoring. There is always one person among that 200 million that would make it their life's job to be monitoring everything anybody's spending in the country. And also advocating that they change their security posture and recruit more people You give a lot of young Nigerians that don't have jobs, at the same time creating better security for the country. And in the end, I actually believe that they need to expand it further into the Sahel. It shouldn't stop in Nigeria, because the real threat is coming from the Sahel. If you solve the problem in Nigeria, what happens to Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana? It's going to go there straight after Nigeria. That's what happens, and they will go there, because when Nigeria made progress in the northeast, they went to the northwest. If we kick them out of the northwest and kick them out of the south and every part of Nigeria, they will go outside Nigeria and start causing problems in the other countries. And Ghana is woefully unprepared. Like Nigeria, one Nigerian soldier has to defend 1,000 Nigerians. In Ghana, it's almost 2,000. One Ghanaian soldier has to defend almost 2,000 Ghanaians. And when that trouble comes there, they will wake up fast. And in my own theory, one of my theory is that that these leaders in the military and in Nigeria are allowing the security threat to carry on, to force Nigerians to put security as a top priority. Sometimes I feel like that's what they are trying to do, because if you tell Nigerians to pay for security, they won't. But if things get really bad, maybe they will get to that point. I don't know. Maybe that's what is, so my element of that's what is going on there, because when they ask the top brasses in the military what they want, often
that
they say,
sounds like some blackmail to me, but if that's what it has to take, although I don't see why it takes somebody shooting, one person to make you realize their security. I mean, even people who haven't experienced it know the value of it. So I don't know.
No, I think that's not how it works, Seriously, that's not how it works. And to an extent, what I'm looking at in the middle, in Ukraine, you see, most people, they see stuff from the surface. Me, I see it, I get scared. You see, Nigerian Africans, they look at it, they think this is not us. It's not about us. What do you think is happening right now? All the Western countries, all our former colonizers and enslavers are arming themselves more. Do you think they are planning to go and fight Russia? They know Russia, they cannot fight Russia. But what is happening now is that they are getting stronger militarily, and while we are weak and we are not even getting ready at all. For all you know, this could be a false flag attempt to really arm themselves for what comes next, because they've already wanted China out of Africa. Now, all of them, even Canada is increasing its defense budget. What if Russia decides to sign peace deal with them tomorrow? They are all armed to the teeth and ready for us. And you see, these people, if you make the mistake of just letting your guard down, thinking that they're just fighting themselves, no, you should be sharpening your knives. The moment your enemy is arming itself, you should be arming yourself too, just in case he's misdirecting you. Because they will not, it's not going to, why would they be obvious? That is not a defense. Any defense minister that is so obvious, they are not their job. Any warrior class that is so obvious, they don't know their job then. You have to always have subterfuge for what you do.
Well, we seem to have a warrior priest amongst us. Welcome. I don't recognize. Welcome to the person who just came in. We're about to close out soon, so
don't know Biggie.
Biggie, yes, welcome.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening again back to all of you. It was a great discussion. Just give me a few minutes. I'll get back to you because I'm right in the middle of picking up a package. But discussion, like you said, about the arming and all that, it's we always talked about it, and tonight you're on it, and there's a lot of things that we need to do, a lot, because right now people just the chaos. I think I call it COVID, because of COVID, I'm not really thinking right. Every decision that you look into the geopolitics, you're playing it right. You know what I mean? Seems like there's a lot of chaotic moments right now in the whole world. That's what I see. overall, this is my analysis. Seems like, you know, we got some people that are on a higher position and not really exercising the right things. So it's kind of very hard to pinpoint. One is look at the leadership, and the leadership, if he has a confusion or anything else, all the decision have been narrated by other influential people that want to get it done on their way. So that's what I've been observing when it comes to the whole geopolitics. And now with when things are coming in shortage of food and oil prices going like crazy, all that is just kind of crazy, you know what I mean? But, I call it privilege. So I'll be putting myself on hold for a minute, and then I'll get back to you guys furthermore. Just give me a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
It's good to see you, all of you. Tan Zan, great show. I just want to be in to support you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tanadra, everybody else that's been I mean, you guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to tomorrow.
So I just feel like our people should be paranoid. Imagine if it wasn't, let's say they were not even arming for us, or they are not potentially arming themselves for us. But what they are doing is what we are not learning from. They are Russia is fighting a war with Ukraine. Canada is arming itself. How does that even relate to each other? How do they even relate? Canada, Australia, all of them are arming themselves. It tells you the way these people think. Their threat assessment is like through the roof. I don't think anybody even bothered to break a sweat in Africa when they invaded Libya. Not to mention the arming themselves. We don't have. Look at Ethiopia was going through what it was going through. Did anybody bother? Let's upgrade ourselves. No. Nobody bothers, because we always perceive threat very differently from the way they do in Europe. It's really strange. I can tell you right now, if let's say one West African country was invaded, I don't think Nigeria will even up its defense budget a dime for that reason. But other regions, they will be like, no, it's almost as if we are different people from that point of view. Maybe it's that thing that you said earlier on that, because, there's not a lot of scarcity on the continent, basically, that's what you're saying. So we felt we don't have any reason to be in such heightened state of security alertness. But how long do we need to get to that point? Because we have not been having fun. They've enslaved our people, colonized us, and did all Kenya went through all kinds of hell before independence, didn't they? With the fights, struggles that they had with the British. So they went through all that, came out of it. You know what? What they decided? Let's make our country a sunshine state that doesn't have much of a military defense. And the other countries just decide that that's what they're going to do. And that I find just weird, because till today, every day I go out, I see the same behavior. Today, I told you earlier on how I heard a British soldier talking. The way these people talk, you don't see it in our countries. I've never heard a Nigerian soldier talk passionately about anything. It's like, it's free for all. Anybody can come, take my country, I don't care. I've never seen a Kenyan soldier say anything like talk passionately about a country. None of them. Everybody is just somehow pacified. Like it's not their business to keep their country or their land safe. I'm sure they are there, but they don't talk. For whatever reason, they don't. Except you have seen something that I have not seen.
Do you think, because someone in the comment section says, Hewi Telahun says we're having the same problem in Ethiopia, and I think they also had the TPLF or, people who are terrorists. My question is, the people for whom these people are fighting, what do they say? I think the TPLF is Tigrinya something. What did the Tigrinya people, is that their will for them, for their people to be going in and doing these things to other people? Are the northern people who are doing this in the name of their people? Is this what they're sanctioning? Are these people acting on behalf of their people, or are they rogue agents? Because if this is a problem, is this an internal problem between two? If it's a problem between two tribes, then, maybe we should go back to the old system of everybody, the Council of Elders or the wisest coming together and having a discussion and towards peace agreements. But if they're not representing, the group, what does the group say about their people who do these things?
From what I know, I don't know a lot, that's for sure. But I get a feeling that the group that started the fighting were in the north, but not necessarily taking the that's integrated, but not necessarily taking the people along with them. But then again, in the context of relating to that region, does it matter? Because just as nations are, if you are ruled by a dictator and the dictator says go to war, you're going to go to war whether you like it or not. That's the problem. That's the thing about leadership. The most powerful entity in any region controls it. It doesn't matter whether the people are supporting the leader or not. The fact that they have emerged as leaders means they have the voice of the people. You see what I mean? Because if the people were not with them, they would find a way to take power from them. So that is how people relate to regions. It doesn't matter whether the general populace are happy or not. Because if the general populace are not happy, those people will think twice. Because they have family members, they have all kinds of people around them. Somebody's not just going to a battlefield and die. Necessarily, if everybody in the military and their family members are not happy with it. So somewhere along the line, some groups are happy with it. It doesn't even matter whether it's the majority of the population. It might just be 20% of the population. As long as they had enough power to take over the whole country or region, they represent that region. So from the point of view of the Ethiopian government, they cannot treat everything separately. They also have to understand the difference between the people and the soldiers that are fighting them. Because it doesn't matter whether the people that support the soldiers are doing so, they are civilians. You can't target them for any reason. You have to focus on the military that you are fighting, because that's where the problem lies. Those Tigrayans that are against the central government of Ethiopia will always be against the central government of Ethiopia. They might like one policy and hate the other one. So that is not very relevant. The real problem was the military problem. When these people took over those barracks and took over control of some sensitive weapons that belongs to the state of Ethiopia. So the government felt like it needed to act on that. Obviously, this is a highly simplified version of it. A Tigrayan will come and tell you that it's because the government did some things that made them paranoid already. You say whatever you like. These things happen on the continent. I don't know how we always allow them to spill over. It should never get to the point where it spills over. We should always keep every group around the table. And that is exceedingly important, because it's a security problem. Ethiopia could have ended up in a very bad place.
Absolutely. And I know we're not going to, solve all the problems in one session, not even, in several ones. But in the end, I think that what we have to remember, in closing, is that we valued human life, no matter what, no matter the tribe, no matter the person. And this is something that we should go back to. Even though we have, deep-seated histories and so on, we still have to remember that each life, and that we do have a bigger enemy. This fighting is not helping, not even the people we are fighting for. So what do we want for us as a people, for everybody? Are we also going to destroy ourselves, or are we going to all help ourselves and help ourselves fight against the bigger problem? So Yeah. So thank you.
The way I simplify it is I use football analogy. Most men understand that. You know, they support their local teams and they support their national team. And some of them even support international teams like Real Madrid. And I always tell them, you know how you do that? That's how you should do it for Africa. You can support your tribe, you can support your country. But when it comes to Africa, you also have to know when to support Africa too. So it's not that complicated. And I believe that if the leaders also take that on board and start letting the people know that, I think the leaders know that already. It's just let the people know that too. Then they too will start buying into that mindset. Besides, it's not even going to matter that much. Most people are not political minded in terms of being that conscious. All they care about is what is in it for me, you know. And most people will not see any benefit in continental trade. All they will see is, oh, maybe the economy improves. That's all they don't even care whether it's from Europe or not. And they will see that maybe international travel becomes easier. And if they have that common passport, that is where they're going to feel it. Because I think in Europe, that's where they felt it most. You know, someone from England can just go to Spain over the weekend or just go there and retire. They will just retire there. You know, I talked about how somebody can travel from England to Budapest for £5. £5. Do you know the kind of voodoo it takes to do that kind of stuff? You know, if I'm traveling from here in London to central London, I will spend more than that. But somewhere along the line, they made it cheaper to fly between countries. They made it cheaper because of what the government and the region has put together, so that the people mingle amongst themselves. That's the kind of stuff that the young generation can hope to get if our leaders just do their due diligence. And I also think that when our leaders explain this thing, they explain it in convoluted ways. They explain in quite technical terms. As a matter of fact, the most informal term they use is you can be able to trade freely. But people can't relate to that. But tell people that if we do this well, you might be able to travel from Nigeria to Kenya for $20 someday. They'll be like, now I get it. Now I understand. I understand. How I can sign up to it. People respond to what really they can relate to, what matters to their own personal interests. It's just a natural human way of doing things. And I feel like our leaders in the African Union and all the higher offices, they don't, maybe it's deliberate, they deliberately don't use those our languages that can bring the people in. You see what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And Mwendatezi, what do you think that we in the more peaceful African countries have done to...
Oh, don't even start. Don't even start. More peaceful countries. You guys were losing it during that election period. That you had to write a new constitution. More peaceful.
That was in the past. Yeah, but for the large part, we have been more peaceful. So if you want to speak on that, Mwendatezi.
Okay, yeah, I can. I think the problem when it comes with peace, you know, or when you talk about more peaceful countries, you're talking about Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, things like that, or
yes.
Well, I feel like see, when you look at, maybe let me talk about the East African community, because I feel like there's a bit of, I think apart from Congo and South Sudan, which have entered recently, have Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, even Burundi. You find those are very different political systems. So it's not really, there is no formula in politics. I don't think the formula is in the politics. I think the formula is in how much people are willing to compromise. Like I find people in countries like, people who are not willing to compromise. I think that is a very important factor people overlook. Like, you know, if you find like maybe countries like, I don't want to say our neighbors here, like we have to, that is just the truth. You have maybe Somalia or Ethiopia or even South Sudan. You know, people who when you, I don't when you see that a little, I don't know. I feel like they, to me, when fighting, you find why people are fighting. You find that the things people are fighting for, some countries are just living with it. You know. So sometimes I don't know. So this thing when you call peace, I don't know if it's really. You know, Kenyans, we tend to get this bad reputation. You know, we get this reputation that we are. What is it? Is it sheep or
Docile.
docile? You know, but so that is the cost of peace. You know, that's sometimes.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure? I guess maybe there's some truth there because you guys have peace, so you are docile. Maybe there's some truth there. I don't know about. Yeah, I think maybe there's some truth there about Kenya though. Is it true that you have a lot of foreigners as elites in your country?
I don't think we have the elites. I don't
You
think.
hesitated though.
No, yeah, because they are. You know, when you talk about
somebody
they
said
are.
they have towns that they call like Italian town or something like that.
Oh, you're talking about Malindi. Yeah, okay. Here's what I can tell you about Kenya. Kenya is a very when you talk about elites, you know, there is no bigger elite than the political class, you know, and those are not foreigners. Those are, you know, those are black people.
Yeah, but I'm
So
talking about the foreigners. Do they have a sizable population of them?
the foreigners in Kenya are not sizable. If you look at the population of maybe white people, I think I have the numbers are white people. I think around 50,000 or 100. I think 100,000 to something like
Oh,
that. Indians are, but you know that is in a population of 50 something million Kenyans. So you have
okay.
less.
Okay,
So
so you separate the white people from the Indians. So the Indians are like how many then?
okay, I have to Google that, but I don't. There are none of them are.
Hey, you have to Google it. Your
None
country.
I don't. Okay, none of them are above 500,000, even combined. They
What?
don't combined. They're not above 500,000. So they're not that
Uh,
many. That as it's portrayed. But yeah, when it comes to, there are many wealthy Indians. I can't lie. That's a fact. There are many wealthy Indians. There are many wealthy white people because you know a white person who's coming to Kenya is, when a white person gets a job in Africa, you know, these are just facts. They're not going to be paid peanuts. You know, this is not a
yes.
popular place to come. So, so they will always be part of the elite because they are, especially when they come, because of course we have is it the UNESCO? We have
Mm,
the headquarters of it is in Africa. You have also these multinationals like Microsoft and Facebook and Google. So when the white people who work there, they are going to be here looking at part of the Kenyan elite because they're not going to be poor. You know, they're going to be well paid. So
mm,
yeah, also we have a lot of ambassadors and stuff like that. And then we people don't know, we don't like to talk about this, but the white people who were there before colonization, during colonization, you know,
mm,
a lot of them stayed. We don't like to talk about this. We pretend, you know, people. Kenya is a very. We are still. Is it healing, or we're still getting learning our history and getting into our who we are.
mm.
You know, we're still going through that therapy because if you look at our history, people, you know, as you said, the truth of the matter is those guys who are the freedom fighters, they lost.
Mm.
They lost the war. We don't say it, but it's a fact. It's just history.
Wow.
They lost the war. But you know, you never see Kenyans talk about it, and the the Kenyan books will not write about it. But the fact is, they lost the war. That's why, and it's written. It's a historical fact, and they lost the war 3 years before independence. Was it 3 years or 10 years? I don't know. So the next government. So the next government. In fact, that's why they call Kenya the success in colonization. They like to say that because the next
Wow.
government.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Kenya did really well because it was colonized nicely, I believe.
I see a lot of anti-Kenya sentiment over here. Here was going with the
now it's anti-Kenyan, but Tezi is Ethiopian, isn't it? Maybe is that why?
Nah, I'm Kenyan. I have to.
So you can't be anti-Kenyan.
Imagine from fellow Kenyans, all this anti-Kenyanism. Okay.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not. No, sometimes we have to speak our truth because.
Yes.
I'm not. You have to speak our truth. I'm not saying Kenya is not. Kenya is a good country. Kenya is not. This is the truth. These are the part of our history that makes Kenya who we are. Sometimes we have to confront it so that we learn and we make ourselves even better. Kenya is one of the most developed countries in Africa. So, but you have.
So I have a question. Why I did on my YouTube channel, I did a show about Kenya and Somalia facing a drought. Why is the Kenyan government not doing enough to help those dusty guys in the north?
Because they are Muslims.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, why?
I have to say the
We're
truth.
about to go off and we want to start back on.
You're gonna blow Tan Zan's head, Tan Zan is a Kenyan loyalist.
I'm telling you, it's okay. Kenya. This is the thing that we don't. I'm not even speaking. This is just a Kenyan thing. This is actually a lot of countries in the world, including Kenya, which is a religious country, yes. But even if you look at Kenya's colonizers and Kenya, which is usually West-leaning countries, there's a lot of anti-Muslim sentiment, and you find in the north is a Muslim majority. That's just a Muslim place, like the Somalis and that. So I know we don't like. These are just the secrets that I'm telling you that we like. Nobody says, even in Kenya, it's not said, but you can just see by actions that Muslims tend to be. This is how Muslims are treated in Kenya. There is literally a skill squad in Kenya.
Well, it's just to assist with humanitarian stuff now. How does food know Muslim or not?
No. You see, it's not, and if you find also, let me tell you something. When people of the north die, there is this feeling that they're not Kenyans.
They're not really Kenyans.
Wow.
It's true. Yeah, it's terrible.
We shouldn't let that become a part of the system, because it's one of those things that can be used to divide your country. It's not good.
It already is. But then you see those guys are backwards. Those guys are also backwards. They live in dusty deserts. They don't know any culture. Any modernization. They don't even know how to farm. That's why they're dying. If they knew farming, they could grow food. So these guys are just dusties.
But is it not for the government to show them how to farm and make sure that...
Yes, and they're starting to do that. But then some of them want to keep their pastoralism culture. That's not the issue. And the land, because of global climate change, is becoming arid. So it's just not... Pastoralism is no longer possible in Kenya, but they still maintain that it's their culture. Some of them are learning farming, which is helping them, but many are... That's their culture. Think about it, Tunisia. These people refuse colonization. Right? When the government was growing, the Somalis from there, the smart ones moved to Nairobi and they're rich now. But a lot of the other tribes there, they literally refused to modernize. No one forced them to live that life. Because you see, with the rest of Kenya, let's say people come from a dusty village in Meru land, and they go to Nairobi looking for money because there's no enough jobs. All the other towns, people just go to the bigger cities, but they stay there looking after animals instead of learning education. And because they don't have education, the parents don't understand what education is. So it's almost like the parents is like, our son must go look after animals instead of learning numbers. What will I not, learning basic education? Why is that going to help them in when all they need to do is learn how to count and speak and write basic stuff? Just to do maths. I think
still the government should recognize that and have some different program, because you should never leave anybody behind for it. You know what I mean? Even though there's a strong cultural clashes with with modernization, you're still going to have a way to
they did that.
Like, for example, if you look at the I don't know, the Arab Israelis, okay, they got nomadic life, and when the Israelis came, they cannot kick them out their habitat. They maintained and respected their way of life. You can see a highway going, you know, maybe a mile or two. I mean, it's like 1 kilometer apart, just to make sure to preserve the Arab Israeli population, because they are the indigenous and they're still there and never left the country. You see what I mean? And you can see camels and donkeys herd going between two highways. You can see them going from one location to another location. So even on the modern time, Israelis, you know, they made sure that they respect that, and at the same time, they help them into developing and to getting to learn and all that. So I think it's a program that we cannot just say, oh, you know, they're nomadic, and we cannot. Well, you know, it's throughout Africa. You know, they're not the only one. We got a lot of other behaviors that goes there.
Right, but the issue with the
to call it, you know, one of the things that I look at, we always say tribal, right? But actually, the tribal is it came in from colonizers to. For us, for example, you don't call it tribal, but it's a descent, a negada, like
I think someone's calling your phone. It's gone quiet.
And you always can you hear me?
Yeah.
For some reason, I lost audio.
I think someone might have been calling your phone. But the issue with Kenya is the north is also not safe. That's another issue. So the borders between Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Somalia, it's really not safe in that region. The Ugandans usually come to raid the northern people, and there's no government, police station there. It's just that region is just not safe. The government doesn't care about it enough. So the issue is you can't even have people coming to invest because people there carry AK-47s, just because I said life, deal with animals. So it's if the government made it safe, I think people would actually invest there. But most people just live between central and east and west. Central, west, and south. Even you see what the brother mentioned about the education. The Maasais have that. But NGOs and government have spent a lot of money to maintain Maasai people's culture, but also educate them in modern ways. So they've left behind some, bad practices like FGM, but now they're very educated into senior roles in government. Christians. Right. Okay. I see. That's a good point. Right. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
Yeah.
What did you say?
It's because they're Christians.
It's because they're Christians.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Maasais have the government's really put so much money. It's like to keep them, like their culture, so they don't lose it, but also to modernize them and educate them in modern ways. And I think they're the success story for those kinds of people. Okay, yeah. They're Christian.
There are two types of that. It's not only Maasai. Look at the pastoralists in Kenya. Look at the difference how the Christian pastoralists are treated
and the Muslim ones. That's true. That's
totally
true.
different. Totally different. Even look at northern Kenya, the western northern Kenya, where
no.
They have security. They are given school children are given.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
armed security to go. That's government. Armed security.
No, you're right.
So, but you'll never see that in the Muslim pastoral. You'll never. So
no, that explains it.
Notes, Nigeria? Are you taking notes?
Yeah, because my dad is part actually.
Nigeria is taking notes.
Yeah, my dad is actually part Borana, and he said that the villages where there's Christianization is a lot more sort of. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's interesting. So So Kenya really is an anti-Muslim.
Yeah, you never see it, but the way the government acts, I don't know why nobody talks about it, but this is just obvious. So you can just see it, like, if you just look at it critically, like, yeah, we don't like Muslims. It's so bare. It's like.
Well, Mwendatezi, let me say something in a little defense of Kenya. Okay, that might be true to some extent, but we are also a very welcoming people, and we have lived with Muslims for years, and we have, as Kaizo said, that there are Somalis who come to Kenya and make money and go off to the UK or live in Kenya. So there are opportunities for everybody, and there's, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let me. It's the Kenyan government. Let me become more specific. I'm not talking about Kenyans as Kenyans. I'm talking about the Kenyan government.
Oh, okay. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, there are problems. There are problems, and but we do manage to somehow solve them. I think that's the message we should put out there. For those looking in. For me, working at the Kenyan Ministry of Tourism and Foreign Policy. But
you mean with all those Indians in your country and the British and everybody in the country?
Wow, really?
Like, they're not that
you
many.
Guys don't have the same
Indians.
over there.
How many are there?
How many are there in Europe? How many are there in Nigeria?
Oh no! Whatever they are, I think even if they have 50,000, 100,000, they are shivering in their pants, given everything going on.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
West Africa is their graveyard, man. They know that themselves from the very time they started coming. Didn't you hear what Kasazulu said? That the reason why Africa survived is because of the holy craziness in Africa, yellow fever, and all the rest of it that was killing them in West Africa. Mongo Park came to West Africa with a few hundred men, if I'm not mistaken, and he got home with only 2.
Well, we have fly and mosquitoes and sleeping sickness and dengue fever, kwashiorkor, marasmus.
So we are now trading diseases. That is crazy. See,
yeah, but you guys have more.
They like your country more. They like your country more because your country is more hospitable to them. You have to admit that. You can't stay in Nigeria.
I do not.
They can't stay in Nigeria, man. They can't. Nigeria is too much, man. Even today, even Nigerians don't want to go back to Nigeria. I'm telling you, it's not easy. So,
well, we do have the best weather and the best climate, the best everything. We have oceans, we have mountains, we have the tallest mountains. We have 2 tall mountains, Kilimanjaro and Kenya. And we also have Mount Elgon. We're just swimming in all kinds of beauty.
We also have deserts.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
He's such a negative devil's advocate. Oh my God.
No.
What do you want
to say? It's so beautiful.
3 million northern children are suffering starvation, guys.
We have the largest desert in West Africa. Now you want to try with Sahara Desert. Sahara Desert will drown America if you in the dunes. We have it there, and I think let's face it, West Africa is a hub of activity in sub-Saharan Africa. We have 1,000 languages in West Africa alone. Okay, Tan Zan, can you compete with that?
Okay, you get that one. You win that one. I concede.
You didn't have any of your own writing scripts, So how would you have 1,000 languages but you don't have your own writing scripts?
Many languages now. How do you translate that? You need a massive Google Translate to do that kind of stuff. So they didn't bother writing stuff because they just spoke and figured out their way. West Africans are one of the groups that can speak multiple languages at ease. And it's funny because I actually spent a long time thinking that I speak maybe only English or maybe one other language. But it turns out that I do hear quite a few languages myself. But I don't rank them as anything because it's just a few other languages in Nigeria. Even some pidgin English. When I was speaking in people here in the UK, they're like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "But that is what we speak in Nigeria." But they don't understand most of the things I'm saying. And I didn't know that I was able to speak that. But that is officially a different language completely. So West Africans do that even without knowing they are speaking multiple languages. because it's part of how they have to exist in their regions. Like the area I come from in the south of Nigeria, when I look at it, I'm like, if like a couple of miles to the other side of the road, they are speaking a totally different language. We're not talking about languages where they exchange words. That's totally different. I can't hear anything they are saying. And I will be asking myself, how did this happen? How can people be living next door and they are speaking different languages? And I started suspecting that we are like a prison region, or a region where people came to survive catastrophe. And that, for me, that's why I suspected that the people of West Africa originally were in the Sahara. That forced me to start thinking like that. Many of the people that you see in Nigeria today, many of them were in the Sahara before. They came south and went to east, you know, to Egypt and all those areas. And they have stories of these things. And this is why you have so many languages in that region. It's not because they have so many islands. Africa doesn't have so many rivers. We are basically landlocked countries. Africa is one of the least, you know, in terms of having too many rivers crisscrossing everywhere. But yet, 1,000 languages in that region. It can't. There's nothing that can explain it, other than the fact that the population there were compressed, were forced together in that region, and that could have triggered the Bantu expansion too. You notice the Bantu expansion started in that region. That too could have triggered it, because they said 5,000 years ago. I used to think that it was 12,000 years ago. But they say 5,000 years ago, that was the time Egyptian civilization was coming to life. I think 5,000 BC or something like that.
Let me ask you a question.
When the Sahara became dry.
Were Nigerians farmers before, in the old days, or what kind of
I don't even
technology?
know what they were. I know that our people in the south have been there for a long time, and when I read about them, I searched. Okay, so let me just check where my dad was from, and they use a language, an anachronistic or one kind of language that they used to describe people that are originally from there. They said they are one of the oldest groups on Earth. And I used to think that, okay, maybe they are saying that some of the oldest groups are from West Africa and all those things, that maybe there's no proof of it yet, but they are saying they are from West Africa. But when I checked the map again recently about the A haplogroup, their migration, the first one showed up in the Congo region and went straight to West Africa. And I was like, oh, now that makes sense why people were saying that maybe that's the information that they got to say that our people there, we are one of the oldest groups on Earth in the A haplogroup. And so whether they farmed or fished, I don't know, but I know that in my region where there was a lot of water, they do a lot of fishing there now. I don't know what they used to do before. You know, you can't account for that with South Africa. I see South Africa not doing any fishing at all. I don't know how they exist. Were you in part of the conversation why I discovered that South Africans don't do fishing?
Yeah, because they're Bantus, you know. Bantus typically do farming. The Great Lake, for example, if you go to Kenya, you have river Nilotes, you know, like the Luos. Their traditional way of getting food is fishing, because they lived around the lake over there in the western Kenya. And then, you know, you have the pastoralists, like all those Cushitic and other Nilotic tribes. And then you have the Bantus. In general, Bantus had farming technology, which is why they expanded across the whole Africa. Because if you have farming, that's the highest technology for food. You can keep multiplying. You're safe. You build bombers. You build compounds where no alliance is attacking you. You have like constant security. So it's a lot easier, to deal with chaos. If you're pastoralism, you're traveling, you can get killed by an animal or a lion or whatever. But when you're in a community, it's much safer. So it's much easier to expand. But yeah, in general, most Bantus traditions, at least the tribes which are more sort of pure Bantus, they tended to do more farming. And then some of the other tribes which absorbed other people, it's mixed hunter-gathering and, pastoralism and farming. So yeah, in general, South Africa, that's probably why you'll see more of the farming and not much of the fishing, because fishing requires you to really live in an area of the lake. And, I don't think South Africa is part of the Great Lakes. So, if you go to Kenya, Tanzania, well, let's say Kenya, Uganda, parts of those regions, Zimbabwe, there's so many Great Lakes. So that could explain why some of the Bantus actually learned how to fish as well during those areas, because it's.
Well, if you look at the UK, okay, the UK does have some rivers, but you would think that South Africa is surrounded by water. They are surrounded by water. How can they see all that water? They think, I can be first. Let me go inland and worry about.
Because of the technology. Think about it. It's like telling, why is it that even in North Kenya right now, South Kenya, Somalia, and like south of Ethiopia, why are they still practicing pastoralism? You think about it. These are people who are in touch with modern people. It's just culture, and also technology as well. Like, it's difficult if you don't really know how to start fishing for sustainability. It requires some kind of knowledge of how to do it so that your time isn't.
I also think that it also needs some triggering action or triggering events, because let's say there are sometimes some foods are invented due to scarcity. And let's say there was famine, and then people have to figure out the way to make do with a tuber of cassava, and they had to invent a new kind of meal to eat because resources were scarce. I think you see this type of stuff occur like during the slave people that were enslaved. They figured out a way to use remnant of what the slave the white people used to.
So let me ask you,
make their own food.
Where do Bantus live in South Africa? It wasn't the Kalahari Desert. They lived in nice farmlands. That's why the white people, when they came there, they tried to displace the Bantus, saying they were also foreigners. So there would be no need for them to land fishing, because
but that's me now. They didn't expand enough in population to take over the place to the point where they need the water. Why is it that the Nigerians were more akin to exploiting the water? And they really like my own people in the south, like they are basically water people. They can get into the water, and I'm surprised.
Farmland, because were the Nigerians really doing farming, or what kind of? Because you see Nigeria, Ghana, those places. In fact, white people call you people forest Negroes because you lived in the forest. In the forest is hard. There's diseases.
Where did you get all these stuff from?
I read books, old books. So the problem with the forest, even the black Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites from America, when they tried to go to Dimona, which is in Israel, they had to go past, is it Liberia, I believe, or Sierra Leone or Liberia, and a lot of them died, so they went back to America. Some of them went, obviously, to Israel, but it's just diseases. In those tropical rainforest areas, it's hard for you to start cutting all the trees and creating good farmland. But in South Africa, Kenya, these were highlands with no real trees, it was like grasslands. So it's easy to.
Tunaja, let me interrupt for just a few minutes. It's been 4 hours and I haven't had coffee or a bite to drink. But Mwendatezi will hold it down for a bit if you guys still want to continue. If not, we can close out. So I'll check back with you in about. All right, Mwendatezi, it's on you.
Okay, no problem.
So you were saying? Okay,
there's definitely a lot of rivers all throughout, South Africa, East Africa, and all those places. But if you look at the tribes that really, the types of people that use fishing as a source of, food, it's mostly like, at least in East Africa, it's more of the river Nilotes. In fact, that's why even they got the name, because that's what they're good at. And then many of the Bantus grew farmlands, and then some of the Nilo-Cushitic tribes, they do like. Pastoralism. It's just their culture, and because you can imagine today's modern day in Kenya, but people in the north still practice pastoralism, even in the eyes of what would you call it, climate change, where basically there's no future for pastoralism at all. We saw the 80s Ethiopian famine. People only see Ethiopia, but it was Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia. That whole region had a massive famine. We just need to learn that life is no longer sustainable because of climate change. The governments have to really teach people better ways to make a living.
It's funny when you said something about the Bantus having a farming culture, because to be fair, most part of Nigeria had a farming culture. It's mostly the far north that seems to be practicing pastoral kind of cattle grazing and all the rest of it. But when you said that, what triggered in my mind was the Benue people of Nigeria that is said to be part of the Bantu speaking people. They too in Nigeria are also known for agriculture. They literally call themselves the basket, food basket of the country. So yeah, it's funny because when you said something about agriculture, so and they too are like that. So that could have spun out and went south. I'm one of those people that strongly believes that we're having that conversation a while ago. That's more than a year ago actually. That the Bantu expansion was probably triggered from that Nigerian region because of the pressures that arose due to desertification of the Sahara, and then most people will converge on Nigeria because of the rivers that are all over the country there, and then the pressure for competition probably led to, because people will go where things are easier, isn't it? And when they saw that, we only have the koi, and I don't know whether the koi sand they were in the way, or the Nilots, or the Kushites, but those people were not stopping them.
I mean, it was all of them.
All the way to the south. All of them were there.
It was all, but these were dusty tribes. They didn't have any superior, so a lot of them got absorbed.
Well, it's strange though, but they were all technically warrior tribes, because all these pastoral people, they tend to be more like warrior groups. But yeah,
so some did survive. Like for example, like in Kenya, the Maasai survived. There's a lot of them. Some of them still survived, but a lot of them got admixed. Like even Kikuyus admixed in a lot of Maasai warriors,
wow,
and other Cushitic tribes as well. It's just part of the trade. And if you look at, let's say, the Luya people from the west, they absorbed a lot of Luos, the Nilots, river Nilots. That's why if you look at the culture between Luos, which is a Nilot tribe, and the Luyas, is similar. They even share the same word for God, which is Nyasaye. They share a lot of beliefs about systems, and they even vote the same, So, it's like, I think there was a lot of mixing in, and then obviously a few tribes like the Hadza in Tanzania, they survived somehow, but I don't know how, because, hunting gathering is so much less efficient than, farming, basically. Pastoralism could still survive because in that time, there was no concept of land yet, ownership, unless you go to a specific tribe's area. So, there was vast lands, grasslands, and the animals, they weren't suffering from the same levels of climate change. So the pastoralists could still have a decent number. The issue with them is they couldn't grow in the numbers because it's just not efficient.
Yeah, they are not. I think they have issues everywhere. People that practice pastoralism, or how it's pronounced, they tend to have a lot of troubles everywhere. I'm not sure why, because sometimes it's not. I think there is. I don't know. Maybe you can enlighten me on that. It's almost as if, just as people hate gypsies in Europe, if you go to India, you see people they hate like that too. Is it that the lack of permanence is what people dislike about them, or people envy their freedom? What is it people don't like about those groups?
Well, I mean, we can guess. Trespassing people's land.
Okay, in the case of Nigeria, they had a historical path that they take, but still, people still don't like them. Especially more recently, the clashes are getting out of control. In Europe, it doesn't even matter whether they have parts or they don't have parts; they don't like them. I don't know. Maybe they too have become a little bit more paranoid, and they act in a way that put people off, because they are always, it's like somebody that has been abused a lot. Because one thing I remember in Nigeria they were saying was that their cattle were being stolen, and so before you know it, some of them started carrying guns and all the rest, and it started raising tensions everywhere. So you can see how that kind of stuff can build up, but it tends to be them against the people that have settled down. They don't want to travel anymore.
Yeah, because look, it's two cultures colliding. I'll give you an example. So one of my tribes is Kisi. Now, in our history and tradition, there's other Maasais used to live next to us, That's and also the Kalenjin used to live next to us. Now these two tribes, they've been in Kenya for much. Well, yeah, that's debatable. But anyways, they claim they've been in Kenya for much longer. Now here's the thing: they believe every cow is their cow because they believe that whole land was their land. So they used to steal all our cows, and they still do today, to be honest. But the point is, these things are real. These histories, different people, because you see different clashes. Imagine you've always lived somewhere. You believe that you just go, you find somewhere new pastures, you eat the grass of that land, you move on to the next area. But then if now you're trying to move to the next area, someone says this is my land. You get what I mean? It's so even to them, the sedentary, settled populations, they are an issue to them as well. As the sedentary people look at them, these uncivilized people, why can't they just settle down and do what we're doing? So it's a culture clash, I believe. Both sides have a point. Because why should land ownership be the more preferred thing over kind of free grazing and stuff? Now the interesting with Maasai is I think they're really integrated.
What are you talking about?
None of your business. Let's she's just gonna say, "Oh, Ghanaians are this is the Kenyans are the best. Kenyans are always the best." From the very first day, she's always been on the side of Kenya, which is all fine. I don't mind. And we were just talking about the conflict between the migrating groups and non-migrating groups, isn't it?
Yeah, pastoralists versus sedentary people.
Yeah.
And this is why, if you look at the success in the West, sedentary populations are much better at succeeding in the West. So you look at Nigeria, you don't really tend to see many Hausas or Fulanis in the West. You tend to see, the more sedentary people who at least sort of have more of a settled life settlement. Same thing, over here in the East. There's just, because the Western society is more sedentary. You sit down, you study for like 18 years before you can go to university, then get a good job. Meanwhile, nomadic people, it's like you travel, you get experience, you move around. That whole sitting down for 18 years is probably a much torturous experience for people who are free.
Yeah. And
so it wouldn't be.
Did you hear what's happening in the UK now, where they are telling people to go back to work, and people are like, "Nah, thank you, I'm not going back."
Yeah. Because
people are taking sedentary to stay at home, don't go anywhere now. And wow, that is interesting how far we are going now. We don't even want to leave our houses anymore. And wow, but don't you think that eventually, we too that are living this life, sedentary lifestyles, have to start appreciating the fact that these people are the ones out there, and living the life. They are representing us, in nature, surviving nature and doing what they need to do to survive. Personally, I see the importance of these groups being out there. I don't understand how many nations just treat them with this kind of backhanded approach. For me, I will give them whatever they need to do what they need to do, because like in my case now, in the case of Nigeria, when those people, they take their cows from the north to the south, all the way from the north, they march the cows to the south to graze all through, then back north. And it hasn't done us any harm. We have some of the most robust immune systems in the world. And what I say about that is that maybe because some of those cattle we are feeding on, they are not pumped full of bacteria, antibiotics, and they are gaining immunity based on different regions, all the way from the north to the south, from the Sahara to the riverine areas in the south. So they must have something.
The cows are getting religious now.
Oh, come on, man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because they are getting this immunity from all the various regions. Because if you go to the south, the mosquitoes will bite you, yellow fever and all the rest. Then you go back to the north, who knows what else you get? I don't know what they get there. So you have an animal that has richer immunity within it that we feed on. And I feel like now that many modernization and conflict that are occurring are resulting in people demanding that they become more like, you know, ranch, these farmers and stuff like that. I feel like we may be losing something that nobody has bothered checking first. And that's, you know, when we talk about free range chickens, this one is like, you know, ultra free range cattle that we have in Nigeria there that nobody's considering and want to just do away with without a second thought. I don't think is wise. I think we should find out what we may be losing there. You know, we're talking about traditions, isn't it?
Yes,
that's one of those things we need to watch out for.
Down, let me put the question to everybody so we can wind it down. The question, I guess the end question is this: what of our traditions do we need to keep, in your opinion, and which ones do we need to either reevaluate or leave altogether? So, yes.
I would say keep that cattle ranching and that cattle migration, and let's study it and see if it is worth giving up. Yeah, we can't just do away with stuff without knowing whether we are losing something. Because tomorrow they'll pump them full of, you know, that they say that red meat gives people cancer here. And I don't think it's the red meat, it's the antibiotics that is being injected into the red meat. You eat too much of it, it will cause you problems. So maybe there is something to be said for finding out what we are gaining, what we are going to be losing before you get rid of stuff. And we should do that with almost every culture. But the question is about what we preserve. If it's something that we should preserve, one critical one that we should preserve, I don't think I will preserve cattle first. Cattle ranching, what else?
With what space in Nigeria?
I don't know.
Population of 200 million. You know, Ethiopia has the same problem as Jonathan is saying. Like, the people from the west and south still practice nomadism, and these tribes, the government tried to, you know, help integrate them into towns, but, you know, obviously it didn't work.
I think for one, we should preserve our traditional music first. I don't know whether that is the best. The most important thing to be worried about preserving. Is it music? I don't know. Is it music or I guess?
I think we should.
It can be anything. It can be our tradition. It can be value. It can be practices. It can be ritual. It can be a way of life.
I would say the respect culture. And okay, Tan Zan, let's compare one, because you like to crow about Kenyan.
Not even, but unfair and balanced.
Yoruba people in Nigeria have some of the most respectful cultures I have seen in the world. Which one can you compete with that in Kenya? Can you?
Let me tell you who wins in that respect culture. I think it's the Acholi in Uganda. They are women. They almost prostrate themselves on the ground in front of people in a show of respect. Like, they are very respectful until you almost feel almost embarrassed in a way, but they are very respectful. They speak very softly, very quietly, and very gentle people. Yes, I would say that they win that one.
No, I'm talking about Kenya. Stop using Uganda.
In East Africa, I'm claiming them all.
You need to lose gracefully. Don't bring Uganda into it. This is Kenya I'm talking about.
Uganda is just small Kenya.
What is the name of this culture you're talking about, please? I'd like to look them up.
Look up Acholi. Yeah, Acholi women. Or Acholi weddings.
Aren't Acholi lose?
Even Shona women do the same thing in Zimbabwe.
Who?
Shona.
Who, Kaizo? The Shona?
Shona.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ashona. Okay. They're from the south, right?
Yeah, Zimbabwe.
Okay. Yeah. I know Namibians also have a very gentle, respectful culture. So yeah, there are some. But of all the ones, in terms of showing it like an actual performance, I would say they're actually in some other tribes in Uganda. Yeah.
Actually,
especially
Uganda,
the women. especially the women. They, like, there was this wedding ceremony where the man is standing or sitting, and then the woman is like almost bowing to him and showing him respect and telling him. It was very beautiful. Yeah. So yeah, we win that one too. Yay, East.
What do you mean we win? You know you got that. You know you got that. I'm talking Nigerian culture here, and I'm not even sure you call that win, you know, because you have not. I've not even described Yoruba's word. Yoruba's word is on a different level. Man, woman, it doesn't matter. They see you are older, you are like a god. So that's what we are talking about. I think Africa should preserve that. That is one of the key things, because if you haven't had it and you see that, I see the effects it has on African Americans is so. We take it for granted on the continent. When African Americans come over to Africa, that is one of the things they recognize most. They're like, wow, the respect for older people. You know, one Ghanaian woman was, and I think she's from America, but she's originally from Jamaica. She was in tears in one of you with the Maya's video, and she was like, wow, that the respect, because something you've not seen before. Nobody regards you because you're elderly in Western countries, but suddenly you come to Africa, suddenly they give you the respect that you actually deserve for your age. And I think that's something we should not lose. That's at the top for me.
Okay. I definitely want to get rid of that culture, because when people stop me in the street trying to talk to me, I don't like it. Yeah, I'd rather, in fact, every time I order some food, this guy tries to come here, they call me, it's like, don't call me. I'll give you my address. You have Google Maps. Why are you calling me? It's like, where are you? There's a map. It's like, you know what I do these days when I order KFC or something? I put my phone on silent. They always find their way here. I don't want to start this guy calling me, asking me where I am, which am I behind the big tree or the little tree? Then he's stuck with the big.
You don't have address?
Yeah, I have an address. I just leave it there. They always find their way. I don't.
Why don't they know how to? Why don't they know how to find you?
No, they do. It's just culturally, not all houses have addresses. So usually they call to confirm: are you behind the small tree with the smiley face, or are you I don't want to talk to this guy.
That sounds like Ghana. Ghana, they rudely don't even bother having addresses. I don't know how these would do it. Nigeria, that's one thing Nigeria does. Okay, they still manage to keep their addresses intact. Ghana, they'll just tell you, go there, turn left, go forward, and this is in the capital city. This is the capital city. They are still doing that. It's crazy. So before this is, they really need to. You were saying something about trying to develop an addressing system, isn't it?
I'm working on an app like that at the moment. Because that's the biggest problem I see in logistics in Africa is there's no simple way. I don't want there to have to be someone calling you to find this and that. It should be seamless. You order something, that thing will be delivered to your place. Everything is sort of standardized. There is no database. That's the issue. Some estates have addresses. Some estates don't. There's no government database.
Do you even need addresses? Do you even need address? Think about it now. If somebody wants to order something, when they order, their phone tells them where you are.
Exactly. But the issue now is the buildings. Some of them don't have names. Yeah, on the outside, it's just there needs to be like a standardized. So each building must have a name. Each room should have a number, and you can then put all the details onto online. You link it to an individual person's ID, and then you have a database basically of where everyone else is. Like ambulances can now work better. Police services, when they're not corrupt, can work better. You need to have like a basic urban planning. So that's why I would say Africans need to leave that culture of just talking to each other to figure out how to do things. I spoke to this Ethiopian girl once, and she was like, in our culture, you can find anything. Even in the village, you just speak. You say, "Oh, do I know Tesfaye Zelalem? Oh yeah, he lives there. Oh, he's the son of this person." And you keep walking until you find it. But it's not effective, especially for outsiders to find what they want. And people like me who don't want to talk to random people on the street, I don't like it at all. Like for me, I like to be left alone. These days, I even take the Uber from my house, so I don't speak to these dusty people on the street asking me for money.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just want some human contact.
Hello.
Oh, go ahead.
Who is that?
Hey, good afternoon, honorable host and honorable audiences.
African farmer.
Oh no, man. No, sorry. You know what? I think Yoruba wins this hands down, man. You know what? I put actually greeting. I just saw benign greeting, but when I put Yoruba greeting, oh my God, people were prostrating, all kinds of stuff. Man, Yoruba wins that one hands down. Check it on Google if you want to check it.
Yeah, how are you today? I was not have a plan to come here, but I have a question. Who's host and why you remove my comment? I am not did anything wrong. Please explain to me.
Okay, that's what have you
No, I don't know about that. What happened? What was the comment?
Every day, no, just normal comment. Every day when I comment, they remove it.
Oh, I don't know about that. But can someone explain this?
Oh,
I am in total ignorance. I don't know.
Okay, it's maybe they already blocked me long time. Maybe it's by default. It is remove it. Okay.
Oh no, I don't know. If someone has any information, they can share. But I have none.
Is any other person can access while you hosting or just you?
Are you the one speaking about Timo and
Pastor Ezra and Mika are here, I believe. If they can.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Just I want to make sure. Now I know what is the problem. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a protest.
Go ahead.
You know. I like that. He protests personally. Why did you take my comment out?
I think he's the one talking about tribal stuff, like between two like yeah. I think that he's probably the one.
But what would you preserve now? What one thing would you preserve in?
Is there anything worth preserving in Africa? Let me think. That's a good question.
Oh my God,
it's hard to say. Maybe the weather. That's about it. I can't think of anything.
That's not tradition.
It's traditional, you know. We have climate change now.
Oh, come on. They are asking about what you preserve from the tradition. So you don't see anything that okay. That's in a way you are saying that all you have seen in Kenya is not worth preserving. I say the one from what's their name again? That tribe that is very warlike. Huh?
Actually.
No, actually, no. The warlike tribe in Kenya, Kikuyu.
Yeah.
Yeah, they must have something that should be preserved.
Yeah, loving money and winning. That's what they love. Winning in life. Fair enough. I respect that culture. That's one culture. They love money.
Winning only in Kenya. They are not winning all over the place. Nobody knows them for winning anywhere else. That's the problem.
Actually, there's a lot of Kikuyus and Kisis in America.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry, when I say I have 5 minutes, sorry to interpret to you. I just see, I heard something that you guys conversation, what culture we have to keep and what we have to avoid as African. Is that I'm right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, one of my brother, you say I wrote about tribal things. No, that's I just try and explain as how everyone is discussing about what is the situation. Exactly the truth I telling about Ethiopia. I'm not attacking or insulting any tribe, just to make sure. But when I'm back to what's my opinion, according to social media, what I see, most of our African brothers, like activists or everything, which is digging about history, mostly very stacking that the history relating with ancient thing, like from India, Egypt, this is where most of people more focusing about that thing. But when we ask the current people like to talk about thousand years before about black good history, but current black people's die. If you told them, they don't care. That's not really good culture. And also, if white people attacking black people, everyone try to talk about that. Everyone say Western. When black kill black, no one is scared. And we are very humble for Westerners, whatever light skin, any light skin, but we are not humble for ourselves. But what we have another good way is we have a very good culture. It is the our social life. Like we gathering together, we eating together, and we respect our father, mother. I think we are the best one on that type of things. We respect elderly, and also mostly our culture. It is not. I don't want to mention that word. This is something I don't want to mention. That weird thing Westerners do, we not do. Some people still, but mostly 98%, 99%. Man is love man, and a man is only love woman. That's it. That's the best thing what I like from our culture. And our skin is when you go to an ocean, you don't need sunscreen like other people. We have by default automatically sunscreen. You know that they sprayed after they took a shower, and they have to keep their skin something. But my skin, it is by default is automatically good. So, but that is natural, not culture, to be honest. And what is another good thing we have? I can't remember, but we have a lot of good things. That's I want to comment.
Thank you. I enjoyed listening to you, and some of all those things is good that it's beginning to be clear to people now, because he did say that how we are okay with people killing each other, but not when Europeans do that, and we tend to give Europeans this thing. But he attached that to tradition, though. I don't know whether that is a traditional thing or whether that is something we learned.
This is like, for example, in a white officer kill one black guy, it will be everyone's talk about that. But in Africa, like every day, like more than 1,000 people die. If you this is politics, I don't do politics like that. So if you don't do politics is life together. This is not about politics, about tribe, about me. Thing is that urgent people have to save. Do your what you can do. Be voice. This thing is not good for my account. This thing is politics. It is hard. So what do we talk about Africa if we not do? At least what I believe is if something wrong, if I say something, people have to investigate. That is true or fake. Only that they have to do. After that, if it is that true, as possibly can try be a voice to stop that thing, not ignore. But if we see on news, share. You see black guys, this country killed, blah, blah, blah. What? This is really, feel me sad. Like, otherwise we are good. We have a good continent. Especially, I have a bad experience outside of Africa, a good experience. Some of African, from West Africa, I got a lot of support. One guy, when I'm trying to park on parking, he waiting for his wife. His wife is coming with a car. That car is not there. I arrived first. He's black guy. When I'm trying to park, he stop. He's standing on parking lot. He say, no, you can't park. Why? Because my wife is coming. So I came first. He say, you foreigner, I will call. You will kick from this country. And one is West African sister. She hear him. She are crossing. Oh my God, how she can tell him? Are you treat him like this, like others? A lot of things. Of course, me. By the way, what I am saying, I'm African. It is not fake or pretending. Some people here they talk about African, but they think I am tribalist. Let me tell you my story. I was Shushain in capital city Addis. Maybe this chance I want to use that guy or that lady now. They use social media. He's growing up. The lady from, I don't know, from Uganda somewhere. I was 14 or 15 years old. When I Shushai, the lady has mental problem. I think her family is good, wealthy, or they work for African Union. I don't know. She has 7 years old boy. And she come out with her boy on the street. I was working on the street at Shushai. That 7 years old boy, he has a knife to protect his mother. No one is close to them except me. Maybe more than 2 or 3 weeks, we were sharing that the money I am making from Shushai. I was the only that guy, that little boy, maybe that was 10 years ago. He was 7 years, now 17. Maybe she feel better, I don't know. Her family came, they took back. And I have a lot of, with African brothers, sisters, a lot of support. I've been supported. I have been supported too. We have a lot of things. Of course, some another bad side too, but we can't, everything can be perfect. What I don't like is pretending. I hate pretending. Some people pretenders, some people nice. So, hey, my English is like partial. I'm sorry. I was trying to explain a lot. Thank you so much to listen me.
Thank you for coming on, and thank you for sharing your story. And you're right, one of the things that we should value is our love for each other and our socialism. Go ahead, Monetezi.
Thank you.
Hello? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
The African farmer has spoken a lot of wisdom, especially very interesting. My sister, you have forgotten to mention the part where he says men should only love women. I was curious about that opinion. What is thy opinion on this issue? Hello?
Oh, no, you're not going to put me on the spot on that one.
You should say what you mean now. Put your mouth where your suggestions lies. People are really worried.
Yeah, that's a whole new. Oh man, no. Today we're just trying to say, the traditions, the modern things, we can come to it another day. But our traditions, we know, was what I said was family, was everybody was taken care of. It was respect for oneself, respect for each other, respect for the elders, and respect for life. And that included the life of not just people in your family and in your tribe. It was for people in other tribes. And that was one of the reasons why we managed for so long. We don't realize how long we lived in peace, for so long to live in peace. So it was that respect for each other. And it starts with yourself. You have to respect yourself first. People are going to come in and do things to us because they see them doing those things to each other. If we don't value ourselves as each other, you think somebody from outside is going to come and say, oh, this person is right, this person is right, this nation is good, this nation is bad. They do not care. They just look at us and see one big lump of, So we have to start treating ourselves with respect first, and then, ask the same of others. So let's go back to valuing ourselves and our lives like we used to. Our lives is not just, the person next to you, your neighbor. You have people all around the world who are your people. When you see somebody who looks like you and they are doing well, you should be happy. When you see somebody who looks like you who is being oppressed, you should be sad. And you should take action to make sure that doesn't happen. So, and there are some things that we also overvalued. And I think it was this the local loyalty. It's good, but we have to realize that right now we're living in a global world. It's good to be loyal to your unit, your circle, but the world is now a bigger place, and we have to realize that. Otherwise, we're going to be crushed as a people, and instead of seeing that we are great people all around. So I think that, the tribes are important. It's one of those things that has kept us surviving. But if we are going to thrive, we have to look beyond that. We have to see that we are bigger than just our tribes. It's not that our tribes are not big, they are, but we have so many other tribes out there who are just as African as we are. So go ahead.
We have to believe in the African tribe.
Yes, indeed.
That's the African tribe. We have to see it. And I think those time when we put it that way, we will have people will start understanding more. I think it's language, and because what I find is that when we talk to people, we have to remember that if they are not hearing us, maybe there's something we are not doing correctly. And I have realized that you have to go to people where they are, and sometimes it's not as easy. It's easier said than done, and sometimes I get frustrated. So it's language, and that's why we all know that Kwame Nkrumah and so many other leaders, Sankara has talked about how we need to come together, but we have not reached a threshold. We've never had a chance to reach a threshold, and I must say. I'm not going to tell you today that I'm 100% certain that we can reach that threshold this time again, because once you reach a threshold and you have committed people that are willing to make all the necessary changes to foster to get that vision to be real, then you can do that. But given all the things around us, swelling all around us, like Kenya has all kinds of British bases in Kenya there. Nigeria has Niger Republic, Americans and the French right there. Djibouti, oh my God. Then you talk about other parts of Africa. We have them everywhere. So all these things we are talking about here, they can be nipped in the bud quickly if these people feel like they have the opportunity to do what they need to do to stop it. And, you know, so this is one of the problems with like when Malcolm X was around, Martin Luther King was around, Marcus Garvey, you know, all these leaders, they come and they go. I asked myself, what do they all have in common? What I found that they all have in common is that they were in a world that didn't give them, they didn't have a chance in hell of being able to pull off their vision. And the question we have to ask ourselves now, do we have a chance? I like to think that we do, because clearly the Chinese were able to do it, the Indians were able to do it in our lifetime. We saw it happen. And these were able to pull themselves up, and there is space for it. You know, the world is not totally owned by, you know, those days when it was controlled by totally Europeans. Now it's not like that anymore. So I would like to argue that we have a chance, but it's not that clear cut. It's not that clear cut. And I might just be seeing it from the point of view that we can do that. But maybe because Africans are so divided, and they have not even gotten off the ground, you know, to gain that consciousness of doing something. Maybe the others are still ahead, because Kwame Nkrumah looked like he had momentum. Sankara looked like he was going somewhere with it. Even Libya. But look at them. What came of it today? They couldn't. Everything was snuffed out. And I cannot even say any group in Africa today has any voice like Kwame Nkrumah coming out there. The closest to that in Africa today is Malema in South Africa. What makes us think that much has changed? We are just talking here on YouTube because none of us have actually actioned anything on the ground. We've not seen any fruition from every discussions we've had. And that is where you start knowing that we are having an effect, until we start seeing the outcomes from all these conversations, all this understanding that is going on right now.
Tanaja, I went to the ground, and then the police are framing me for a crime. You see? I went on the ground to Kenya, and the police decided to frame me for a crime I didn't do. This is not the problem with Africa. There's nothing just corruption.
They framed you?
Of course they framed me, yeah.
Have you managed to get out of that one now?
No, 100% not. I mean, I have my lawyer, and you know the case is going on, but
you say 100% not. What is that? You have to get yourself out of it now.
No, because that involves me being corrupt. I'm not going to be corrupt. I'm going to go through the legal system, the right channels. If I end up in some dirty African prison, so be it. You know, because this is now part of the stand. You know, I have to end corruption.
Yeah.
But you see, that's not the problem with Africa tonight. That's why if you ask me, what do I want to keep? What's there to keep?
There's got to be something to keep. I found one. I found the respect part. That is quite precious.
The dictator of Uganda said that the Kenyan police is very corrupt. That's how corrupt it is. A dictator said that.
Oh God.
But you know, President Museveni is weirdly Pan-African too. Actually, there's a video I've put. I don't know who is in charge of the sharing of videos in the stream, but It's actually a speech from him from when
I think anybody can share. Go. I think you can just. You've done it before. I think you can.
Yeah, I've shared, but somebody, I don't know, Pastor Ezra or who is in charge of this, they have to actually approve. I can't just share from myself.
Oh, okay. Calling Pastor Ezra, calling calling the admin. Okay. In the meantime, well, somebody can go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, family.
Yes, welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you for tonight. Thank you, family, for joining us. And for those who are connected, please do not forget to subscribe, like, share, and drop some super chats as well. I see Dr. K today dropped us something. Thank you for that, Dr. K, and all the guys that have been supportive, and those who've been on the comment sections as well. Thank you very much for tonight. And I think you said you've got a video to play, right?
To share. I think somebody wanted to share a video.
Okay.
Wandotezi had a video to share.
Okay.
From a weird Pan-Africanist, I suppose.
Sometimes it's good to listen to our leaders. You see if they are changing their minds or not.
He's not changing his mind about leaving.
You can show them this in Nigerian greeting. They should show them
There's a third word.
Oh, let's see.
Brotherhood. Undugu. These people are trying to unite. Are they really very difficult to unite? But they are similar people. Mulembe. Makwa. I'm speaking with that man there. He's a lawyer from Western Kenya. You can go into DRC. I can go to Bunya and address a public meeting in my local language, and they will hear what I'm saying. Bunya in Congo. President Kagame can go to Ruchuru and speak in Kinyarwanda, and people will understand him. Ruchuru is a part of Congo. My daughter here, the minister, can go and speak Luo in Mahagi. Mahagi Port, they will understand what she's saying. You must have heard people during the olden days, they used to say that Idi Amin was a Congolese, was a Sudanese. It is partly true. Because Idi Amin's tribe, the Kakwa, go deep into Congo, the Kakwa. So first of all, there are these, here in Kenya, the Bateso, they are here. The Luyas, Mzee Moi's tribe, the Karenjin, they are in Uganda. The Turkanas, apart from stealing my cows, but so these are all linked people. But above all, we have, as His Excellency Kenyatta was saying, we have what Europe does not have, a common language, Swahili. Why don't we use this social infrastructure, historical infrastructure, to work for the other two targets, prosperity and strategic security? And then you happen to be lucky to also have the social historical infrastructure of culture, and above all, a common language. In Europe, you saw what the problem they had about what language do you use, English, German, French. They're a bit stuck. That's why they cannot move as fast. But here, we don't have that problem. I want to help His Excellency Kenyatta. The quotation he made here, he missed out something. This was the debate in 1963 about the East African Federation in the Parliament of Uganda. There was a man called Ab Mayanja who had a speech problem, speaking with the lisping. The people who say fa instead of s. Oburimi, we call it in our language. If you don't have it in Swahili, I'll give you the Neno Labara. Oburimi. This man was speaking Oburimi, Ab Mayanja. So he was criticizing Obote because of, we were moving on the East African Federation. Then Obote started developing called FIT. So Ab Mayanja said in his speech, he was speaking like that. Some people want to remain big fishes in small ponds. That's what, it is a big fish in a small pond. But he said it in that funny manner. I thank you very much.
That's interesting.
Thank you. That's Mandatez who shared the video.
Yeah, it was actually a recent video, I think a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week ago, during Congo, when Congo was entering the East African community. That was when he gave that speech. So, it's always good to know what is in the minds of our presidents and our leaders. Or what, as Tunisia said, are we making an impact, or are we, so you can see they are also looking towards the one Africa. It's not just us. Even them, they seem to be having this agenda of,
he's saying it though. Uganda has 45,000 soldiers, and he's been around for 30-something years, and the country is still poor.
We try not to be cynical now.
No. It's him I'm cynical about. I like the idea. It's him. Because what he has done in office, I'll give him credit that at least his own security forces are not totally in the toilet, but still, compared to what is out there, it's nothing. And they know these things. And what are they? If you look at the way he's talking, even he's talking about it like there's no sense of urgency. That is what surprises me about our people. There is no sense that there is danger out there. I don't know what they know that we don't know. That they blackmail the Queen of England or something. I don't know.
Because I know that we talk a lot, but I think that for the people, it is necessary to start talking, because even with people that we talk about, our great leaders, they had to speak to their people, they to talk. And as Africans, we really don't talk about a lot of the things that are going on. We complain about corruption, this and that, and the poverty, but we don't really talk about what is causing it and the hard things that we are facing, even some of the unpleasant things that we have to go through, and the solutions that needs to happen. So talk amongst the masses is good, but action has to come from above. So the people at the top, they can talk, but they also have the power to act. But when it comes to individually, yeah, you can say maybe, there's nothing to fight for. But I think we still have, even if we want to let go, there's still something in us that still wants to fight for Africa. There's still something that still sees something, just once in a while that makes you just want to be back with your people. So I think that even though there are a lot of negative things, we're still here because we still want to fight. We're still here because we wanted to survive. There's been a lot against us. We have all gone through a lot, and we're still facing a lot, from inside as well as outside. But there's still that thing that just wants you to keep waking up every day and saying, there's some value in our people. There's value in who we are, and even in the things that we have forgotten. We may have forgotten it, but it's still in some deep recess of our memory and of our character. So if we truly love our country and our people, we first have to admit, even now amongst ourselves, let's respect ourselves and look at ourselves just personally and say, what am I doing? What am I not doing? What am I saying? What am I not saying? Because your words also have an impact. They also have a powerful effect on the next generation of people. So it starts with talking, but it ends with action. And even the mindset, you're not going to change people's minds just by hoping. You have to actually speak to them and find the people who want to learn, who are curious about other people. And we have all learned a lot, even in coming together. We have taught each other things we didn't know about each other's history, culture, politics, and that is creating a more educated, aware population. So once the leaders realize that the people are getting aware, they also will have that burden of responsibility. So yeah, talk and action.
I think I was just kind of airing some of the things because in the end it doesn't matter anyway. I think Marcus Garvey was right to do what he did. Malcolm X, all of them, they lived a greater life. How many people can you remember in those times because of that lived with them? You live, you die. They all died, but some of them are remembered because of what they've done. And I think whether our fate is that or we are the ones that are going to transform the continent, like just like the Chinese did, we have to do the right thing for the sake of it, even when we are not so clear on where it's going to end. Because if nobody's fighting, then what is the chance of winning? There's zero chance. So let me rub her face into this one again. This is Ezra. Please put that last link to show her how Nigerians greet. Because when I was telling her, she was talking about Asholi. I checked Asholi. I didn't see anything. So let her see Nigerians at their greeted flair.
You see how stubborn these Nigerians are. We East Africans are very humble people. Very humble.
You started it. You started it. You're like, oh, yes, this Kenya that. I'm telling you that. And that's another part people don't recognize about Nigeria. They say Nigerians are very boastful, but at the same time, they are also quite humble at home. So just show us the video, so she sees how Nigerians are at home, not the Nigerians you see outside being all kinds of like they are from heaven and we are the best.
You just boasted that you guys are humble. You're right.
Yes, we are very nice. No, I'm basically saying we are humble. Look at Nigerians. They are greeting. If you check Kenya, or they're just shaking hands with this. Nigerians are generally very, very humble, and on the road, anywhere, they are greeting their elders and respecting. That guy that you see there, like he's wearing they were having a go at him because he didn't greet the chief properly. They say he didn't lie down properly. Can you imagine that? He's literally on the ground, but because maybe his body didn't touch the ground, like, hey, very rude, and it became a thing. So, but people are laughing. But look at the picture. Does that say these people are full of hubris? It doesn't say that. They humiliate themselves in front of their elders. They respect their elders. That is a fact. And that's something people don't see about Nigeria. They think, oh, our head is up all the time. Does that look like an arrogant people there? What a contradiction.
I am humble enough to say I've been humbled, and that really showed my true humility.
Oh my. You guys are giving us sideways humility here, man. Wow. That is quite something to behold. Even I didn't even see it like this, but I know I've seen it in Nigeria to a point where I was like, come on, man, these people. But they're still doing it today. Even you can be on the high street in the heart of Lagos. There was a video that was shown like that, and this lady was just by the roadside. She could have been hit by a car. She was still kneeling down to greet an elder. It's like, Jesus Christ, chill out. Even I don't go that far.
Yeah, that's already a bit much now. The elder would have to be throwing not just words of wisdom, but a few, dollars and coins.
They don't even do anything. They just say get up, and that's just the normal thing. And I did, you know, I do like that. If they do that for you, you will be like, wow.
And let me also say that, you know, people think that when they say, oh, Africans worship white people, they think that it's just the white people that worship. They should also see that we practice the same with each other. We also love and worship and respect each other, you know. So, yeah, so I just wanted to say that. So, yeah, let's start closing out. So, let me just say, first of all, thank you all. It has been just an honor, a privilege, oh, man, that's a shrub. When the Tezi knows what a shrub is, but a pleasure to be here. And I was a bit nervous, but I thank you all for coming, supporting, having a wonderful conversation. I learned a lot as always, and I look forward to the next one tomorrow. So thank you all. And for all the people in the chat, Yenatan, Sam, Hiwi, Telahun T, Maria Antoinette. Okay, I'm not going to get everybody, but everybody just thank you all for being here and for participating in a wonderful conversation.
Thank you. I'm glad I took part.
Thank you very much, Tan Zan. Thank you for a great show. Thank you for bringing us all here with the African traditions. I hope, and I have learned. I hope others have also learned so much about the African traditions. I know that it's a big topic. It's a long conversation that we can have the whole day, the whole night. But thank you for the part that you've highlighted today, the respect, so many things that you highlighted today about African tradition, and others that have raised certain things, the respect for elders, people like Sam, Yenatan, Maria Antoinette, all the people, Queen M, those people who've been on the comment section, thank you very much for being with us, for always showing love and support. Others, I might not name all of you, but we really are grateful for all your support. And please, guys, if you're new on this channel, please do not forget to like, subscribe to our channel, like, and share the streams, because we are live every night. We are live. Please, family, join us every night, and then we can talk about different topics. And tomorrow, just to notify everyone, we have another show. Professor Ezra is going to be here tomorrow night, 8 p.m. East African time, talking about the education in the 21st century. 21st century. Please do not forget to tune in. And for you not to miss the stream, click on the notification icon so that when we go live, you'll be notified and you can join the conversation early. So from us as a team, we thank you very much. And we'll be going into prayer, as you know.
Oh, sorry, before we go into prayer, let's go into the next one. We're going to have, just to have people think about it. The next topic is we're going to now have, today was just a wider one in all respects. We're just laying a background on African traditions, values, respect, and all of that. The one we're going to have is going to be in terms of marriage, and particularly the issue of polygamy. So, you know, pros, cons, issues, principles, the reasons behind it, the meaning behind it, and all that. So I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day, night, hour, all of that. Peace.
Thank you very much, Tan Zan. Do not forget to tune in next week, Tuesday. Tan Zan, as she said, she'll be talking about marriage and polygamy. So I'm sure a lot of Africans will love to join that. And I know a lot of Africans have something to say regarding marriage and polygamy. And I'd love to go into prayer. And I don't know, Munatez, is there something that I'm missing? But for tomorrow, do not forget, Professor Ezra will be here for thought-provoking questions, thought-provoking conversations, as you know him, education in the 21st century. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. East African time, or 9 p.m. Central African time, 6 p.m. British or UK time. Man, just be here. Just take note of 8 p.m. East African time tomorrow. So we will be having Professor Ezra. So we'll be live this whole week. We will be live, and it's going to be live every day with different people coming in here. Your host will be Professor Ezra tomorrow. So please join us. Please join us, and let's grow together. And for those, as I'll repeat again, please do not forget to like the video. Those who've subscribed, please do not forget to like the video, because others watch but they never like the video. Please like the stream, and let's get the movement rolling. And I'm just gonna close in prayer and thank the Lord for tonight. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we could meet as brothers and sisters. Thank you for letting us share wisdom, share ideas, and share our thoughts as brothers and sisters. We pray that this movement may grow, may it reach places where it has never reached, no one has ever reached. May we all grow together. May you keep us safe, all our subscribers, all our followers, until we meet again. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you, family. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Pastor Ezra. Thank you. You left me there in the beginning, but you came through in the end.
You know, that's the how family should be like. You know, like how eagles fly, right? How eagles learn how to fly. The day they mature.
I'll let you have that one. I will just let you have that one. All right, Mudetezi, thank you so much also for being in support. Even though I feel you being anti-patriotic a little bit over there.
No. Sometimes it's also good to criticize your own country. Sometimes it's just
I know, but hey. All right. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and and the day after. All right, please.
Congratulations on the show, my sister. It was a very beautiful show. We really enjoyed it. The show.
I did too. I didn't think it was going to be this long, but wow, yes. Thank you so much.
Africa time. It's one Africa time.
I know.
African
All right, please. And thank you so much to Pastor Ezra. Thank you so much, His Excellency Mika. And thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you very much for allowing us to be part of your conversation, Tan Zan. And also not forgetting to the viewers at home that we have Mwenda Tezi as well, the Political Sundays, every Sunday, 8
Oh, no. My brother, let me correct. We remember we had the talk last night, and I think I talked to Mika. So we changed the name to The Hidden Hand.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
You missed that one.
Huh?
Pastor Ezra missed that one, I think.
I missed it.
Oh.
Political. Okay, thank you, family. Let's all meet tomorrow. Same time, same place. Swahili Nation. Tell your family, tell your friends about this channel, and share on your social networks, and let people know about this platform. Until we meet again, shalom from us.